So this, which is very less compared to the basic service standard, and we can see that this to achieve the basic service standard, we have to go far away, and we have to take a lot of measures also for that. Similarly, also peak water supply, which is required for all the settlements, also urban as well as rural. We are currently not satisfied 100% still. Sewage and septic tank coverage is also still 63 only. Treatment of sewage, which is really pathetic, like it's only 30%. I mean, and that is why our all rivers and streams are polluted because of this. Of course, solid waste collection is increasing day by day. It is now 72%. And stormwater drainage, which is still not there. It is still 20%. And we know that many cities, even the Gurugram and all, they are facing the problem of stormwater management also. Even in Pune also, we are facing. Mumbai is always affected because of the stormwater every monsoon season. So these are the problems associated with the urbanization and the demand that is which is going to come up due to growing population on services and supply. You can see the gap is going to increase in 2030. So the gap in 2007 and gap in 2030, it is almost from 95 to 189. So it is almost 3.5 times is going to increase for the water supply, and so also for the sewage also it is going to increase 109 billion liters. So solid waste again better situation by 2030. Our supply demand gap will be less, but apart from that also the transportation, rail-based mass transit system, affordable housing, these are also some of the indicators which we have to address, because when we address this also we need to address. So we cannot just address the water and utility services issue isolation. So if we look at this scenario, how we are going to face the 21st century. So it is a challenge for us, not just for the planner, not just for the architect, but all the professional. They have to look into different way, because the challenges are very huge. That is and the way we think of conventional infrastructure planning and design, we have to rethink for that purpose. So on one side, we will always face the increased service demand from rapid urbanization. Then on the other side, we have also global imperative like ecological and carbon footprint reduction, because we also talk about climate change, which is again connected to emission and resource consumption. So these are the issues also we need to address when we are actually looking at the supply and demand side. And then also from the planning point of view, we know that the increased challenge is sitting these facilities in urban area. We know that our city, even though we plan, our plans are not so dynamic, whereas urbanization is so dynamic that we are densifying our cities. So whenever the modern infrastructure, water supply or any storm water or waste water, there is a challenge for sitting this facility, because whenever you think of conventional system, it requires a large amount of land also, and putting at that in a dense urban area is also challenge. And we know that the planner always face to how to give the land for this infrastructure. Then there is an increased risk for structure from the destabilizing in a climate. So we know that we are facing the climate change every year, and these urban infrastructure like wastewater or water, they are under threat. Recent flooding in Mumbai actually inundated the treatment plant itself. So people do not get the drinking water for 4 days. Or in case of recent flood in coastal area in one of the 2-3 towns like Mahad and Chiptun, the whole city was underwater and you can imagine that when this type of climate change disasters are there, then all infrastructure doesn't work. So they are just, now imagine all these water treatment plant in these areas are flooded with mud, and now to clean this mud require months to remove all these things. So these are the issue we are facing actually. They are also context specific, like in coastal region, different issue. In the higher region, there are different issues also. And we need to look into, integrated way. So need a new thought process because these are all complex system. So when we look as a urban area, as a urban system, they are very complex. There are complex connections of all, and unless until we look at that complexity from different perspective, we cannot address this. So we know that there is an interdependence among the energy, water, waste, IT, and the transportation system. So the current definition of smart city, which is emphasizing on the ICT, that I will later on tell you what is that. So, or maybe I think many speaker until now has spoken on that also. So transition from these silos, separate, kind of a thinking or fragmentation, we need to change it to the integrated way. So if we look at the energy isolation, then we cannot solve this problem. If we look at that the water in isolation, we cannot solve the problem. If we look at water and wastewater different way, then we cannot solve. So they have all cross connection, interlinking, and we need to think integrated way. So we have to create the opportunity for this system, and through that kind of innovation, we can actually solve the problem to some extent, not fully. So what transformation is needed is that we have to actually see this harmonization. That is, if we look just utilities like infrastructure, then we have to think from the 3 point of view, like a citizen, administration, and infrastructure. So the issue which is to be addressed when we look at this infrastructure as a system, we have to look from the services, we have to look from the energy point of view, safety point of view, the buildings and healthcare. All this has to be properly thought of when we wanted to transform it. So coming back to again for the smart city, it is the quest is very old. The smart city is not the new phenomena. Many people think that is a new phenomena, but it started when the evolution started. So evolution started long back. We know that the centuries ago, from hunter-gatherer society to transition or the evolution till postmodern, or neo-modern era. Currently is a postmodern era. So looking at that, the man is always evolving. So whenever the evolution, from hunter-gatherer society going to, the modern society, these evolutions were happening. And to give some of the example, in case of water, we know that the sewerage system in Roman era or even in the Harappan civilization, these are, not the example which we cannot, ignore, because these are the some of the way at that particular time thought smart way to look at that particular problem, because there that time also the urbanization started. In fact, whenever we look at the urbanization, we have to go back to the hunter-gatherer society. Once the hunter-gatherer society moved into the group, then the urbanization started. So Roman sewers are there, or Harappan civilization where also better water management was there, or go up to the very Latin America, the Mayan civilization in Machu Picchu, all Babylon, or in Yangtze River also there are innovations happen at that particular time in the modernization of the water services. So urban environment, passive cooling, of course, the environmental buildings and all green building, people know about what is passive cooling, but it was also addressed long back. It was not just the new phenomena, but we are looking from the different perspective, different point of view nowadays, but it was addressed long back also. There was also, intelligent transport system a long back also. It was, manually operated when the evolution started on, addressing the issues of transportation. You can see the photograph here, which, the person is operating the signals. Now, this is at that particular time, it was innovation. It is a smart way on that. So quest for smart city is very, very old. It is not just the phenomena when whole world was talking on the smart city, but it is something different in the current context that we will also discuss. So looking at that transformation toward the smartness is one of the way actually that the smart city approach could help us, transformation, to look at that the finding of the solution for the rapid urbanization and its challenges. So this is just a one way of addressing the urbanization issue. It's not the total solution for that. So in smart city concept, we are talking about the technology integration. So it is integration of IT sector, information communication and technology, ICT, and we are talking about the physical and social business infrastructure also. We are also talking about in smart city about the vision. So what could be the modern urbanization? So that is also one of the issue in smart cities also. Then also we have to look to addressing the, which is very basic to the any planning, that is the social equity. So we need to achieve the social equity, economic viability and environmental sustainability. This many times, the practitioner actually forget about this. So many, if you just scan the various literature, many times they don't think that the environmental sustainability could be addressed at that. But actually the smart cities concept itself underline that the inclusion. So leverage on technology is there for the infrastructure management, and ultimately it is optimum utilization of resources, because this is very important principle also in SDG goal also. They are talking about utilization of resources. So that these all the issues are addressed, and the smart city concept include all these aspects itself. So look at that, how does the morphological changes or cities are growing and how we can address it. So many times we'll find that the city's growth is many whatever we envisage as a planner, it doesn't happen. So if you just look at that the morphological changes in the settlement, you will find that the cities are growing at the junctions, or the settlement growing at the junction. Then it grows along suburbanizations and others. So I think the planning student learn this in the planning theory also. So we know that these emerging urban layout will have a tremendous impact on the development. When we expand the city, we put the ring road to solve the problem, then again the development will occur. But ultimately, it actually impacts other services also, and there we need to address it. So this is the way how we can look at in a modern time, that how we can address all these issues through the smartness also. So if you just look at the scenario, global water consumption, you will find that the this the population growth and the distribution network inefficiencies are aggravating the problem. So we know that we are not going to cope up all these. I shown you a statistic earlier that the distribution, that is supplying all the water to the settlement, is the big challenge for the growing city like in India also. So inefficiencies aggravate the problem. Inefficiency, what is that? I will also come to that. So if you look at the world scenario, world population, which is now concentrated in urban areas and cities, especially Europe is already urbanized, and America is also urbanized. So next 20 years, I think maybe more than that, there will be significant increase in demand for potable water, and the wastewater generation will be also higher level. So it has been estimated that the current water consumption double every 20 years. So it is higher than the, population growth rate. So this particular aspect is very important, that, the doubling of population rate and the doubling of the resource consumption. So this, especially for the water, is a challenge. And then other side, there is an increased demand versus obsolete distribution network. In fact, if you look at that, at the current state also, in America also, they are talking about this obsolete network. And that is why the Biden new president, first task is to put up a lot of money into the infrastructure. A lot of obsolete infrastructure is there. It's also road, it is also, energy, and also water and wastewater also included. So influence of climate change, which actually aggravating the weather phenomena, affecting especially big city that I mentioned earlier. Flexible system will needed to adapt these circumstances and provide the resource management as a critical time. That is, there are different way these systems are thought. So one of the way is that, end of pipe technology is also there, or the big infrastructure thinking is also there. So it's all combination. We cannot solve all the problem just by, if Singapore solved their problem, we cannot just replicate that in India also. Or if the America or Japan is solving, we cannot. So we need a flexible system and to actually solve the issues of the water. So there are two issues: physical versus economic scarcity. So one condition is that because of the climate also, condition where there is not enough water to meet the demand. So we know that the geospatial regions, various regions, arid regions are there. So there these problems are there. And most arid regions often suffer from the lack of physical access to the water resources. So this is one issue, that is physical water scarcity. Then there is also economic water scarcity, like, mainly induced due to the lack of investment in water resource construction and management to meet the, required water demand. So to actually feed all, growing city, we need to augment the water resources, and to augment is a lot of money is required, and many, countries do not afford to have. Or even in India also, you will find that the, augmentation is very, very low also. So there is no monetary means to obtain adequate and clean water also. Still, we are facing that, and every government, subsequent government, is trying to look at that this problem of supply and demand also. So these issues, you will find that, for the growing city, apart from the other issue like emission, and then the, number of cars increasing, then, energy consumption increasing. But if you look at that, this central part, over 50% of water is lost in the distribution system. So 50% water in a leaky infrastructure is there. So and that is why we need to look into the smarter way to look at this, existing capacity and resources. So these issues are, we are actually, or engineers are trying to address it, but still, there are a long way to go. And this, in the range of 40 to 50, these leakages, which is, loss of, resource also. And for that purpose, which is underlying, like in smartness, it is talking about efficiency, that the scenario shows that the urban environment with the growing demand, that is whatever the demand I discussed, we need to address efficiency and of the resources and the public administration. That is, new management model is required, and that is why the smart city underline these two important issues. And to look to this aspect, we need to go for the information communication technology. That is, this application of this technology could solve these leakages and other associated problems, to reduce the losses also. So I just see. Okay. What is the smartness? Of course, I think until now, many speaker might have told about the definition of smart cities and all. So if you scan, there is thousands of papers and literature is available nowadays about the smartness and the smart city. So I just mentioned a couple of them. This definition, which is more accepted, like a focus group has put up the smart sustainable city, which is very precise one. That is, it is innovative city because we look for the innovation and uses information and communication technology also. And ultimately, it improves the quality of life. So any efforts and in urban planning is to improve the quality of life. So it is also underlying here also, and also efficiency of urban operations. So all the operations which are going to happen, it has to be efficient one. So we can do the efficient services, and there is also competitiveness. So when this is also with the sustainable development principle, that is the meet the present needs, for the future generation also, and other things. So this half part is about the sustainable development and half is about the implication of the ICT use also. So smart city is about these things like mobility, welfare, economic, energy, and public safety. So it is linked to some kind of ICT tool, and you will find that the water quality control, air pollution, also waste management, and low impact development. These are some of the issue which comes under the environment, which addresses water and wastewater also. These issues, water and wastewater issues, also sometimes we call as a utility provision also. And to address in a any city, there are three different ways are there. When we look at that three aspects, like a brownfield city, whitefield city, and the greenfield city. In brownfield also, we try to address existing issues also. So we are transforming the existing cities, and there, leverage on the infrastructure, and then of course whatever changes which is going to happen to improve the quality of life. So this is one way of doing, and majorly current context, whatever the programs are there, they are in India. They are in the brownfield. We are not actually looking much on the greenfield and the whitefield. Of course, there are some projects which are coming up in a greenfield, but not completed yet. So whitefield is something about the peri-urban area, peri-urban cities, which are vicinity to the main cities, where we can look into the problems also. And again, the same infrastructure problem. Whereas in case of greenfield city, it is totally new, and come up with their own way of. So this is fundamental, rethinking the way how we can plan and manage the cities. So these three different approaches are there for the addressing the smartness also. So in various country, especially the countries like Japan and Korea, they are very different in application. So in case of water and wastewater, they are emphasizing the reuse, and we know that the reuse is one which is also there in the sustainability principle, and here it is very important from the point of view of the resources, because the resources are same. So water quantity remains same, whereas the population is increasing. So on a global level, or even in the another spatial level, if you see the water remains same, whereas our demands are increasing. So we have to, fulfill this demand through this mode only. Whereas other issues are there, and you will find that the distribution is there, consumer-oriented service, leakage control. These aspects are actually addressed at various level. You need to achieve the efficiency. So all these is to achieve the efficiency also, and also fulfilling the demand also. These two issues are actually addressed in the smart city when we look at the water and wastewater. So just to narrate it, to give the idea that how much water is consumed, how much energy is consumed, and how much it is responsible for the CO2 emission. I just give it this long back. It was calculated that family of four. This is in a Western context. I think in Indian context it may vary. Also, it may be less. Four people, 220,000 liters of water per year is required, and to supply this water, we need a 120 kilowatt hour of energy. And also we need 100 kilowatt of hour of energy to treat it. So when we use the water, it becomes a wastewater, and then that to treat that water, we call it sewerage. So energy use, all these energy use actually release the 200 kg of CO2 into atmosphere. Now, this is the scenario. Just imagine that if you can just multiply a number of family, then you will get that how much energy is required and how much we are responsible for the CO2 emission just by providing the water itself. We are not talking about the embodied energy into infrastructure, just the energy which is required for putting these infrastructure for supplying the demand. All this we know that along with that also, in case of, say, for example, Netherlands, you will find that by doing this, you are putting 550,000 tons of pollutant. So because all these we are using, it means that we are putting a pollutant, and it ultimately where it enter, it is reception is in the surface water or underground water. So in aquatic system, that these 50,000 tons of pollutant enter, and this is annual figure from the municipal wastewater, and it includes 500 tons of heavy metals. As you know that the heavy metals are more dangerous than the other pollutant, and so many heavy metals goes into the wastewater when we actually use a lot of chemicals which is actually responsible for putting a lot of heavy chemicals into heavy metals. So this wastewater also produces the solid part. When you treat it, you have a solid part also. So 3.2 million tons of unusable solid waste is there, solid sewage sludge. So this, sometimes the name also called as a biosolids also. In America, they call it as a biosolids. But this is unusable solids which is there, 3.2 million tons. Now, imagine that a small country, Netherlands, where the population is very less, still they are facing us. Compared to India, how much is the problem? The multitude or the severity of the problem is very, very high. We are not addressing the pollution issue, still. We are just addressing the issues of supply and demand only. So there are two ways of looking at the smart solution. When we wanted to solve it, either we go for perfection, some kind of perfection, that is we call it as a technological fix, or we can framing in an alternative vision, that is a structural fix. Means that fundamentally you can rethink the way water and wastewater could be looked. So the current solution, urban solutions, are more in this. Very few countries are addressing this. And you will find that even our program, current Smart City mission, is also addressing this only. So what we are looking at, the technology, perfection, and we are using ICT to look at this. But here also we can use it, but we have to fundamentally rethink about settlement itself. And it also talks about decentralization. Also, it talks about very different approach which was also tested in Sweden, like a urine separating systems also. Then we have a grey water separation system. Nowadays, some of the literature I see in India, grey water separation, but it was tested long back in 20 years ago in Western world itself. So these two way of looking at that solutions, smart solutions. So many times our perception is only that we think of only ICTs and all these things, but the only ICT is not the smart solution. So here it is not the ICT itself. There is less use of ICT, but still it is a smart solution. So how does we will also come to that also. So if you want to address it, we have to develop all this system like water, stormwater, wastewater, waste management concept, shifting it to linear one through the, uh, water management, which will minimize the reuse, and to close hydrological cycle system to maximize the reuse and recycle. So this is very fundamental thinking. If we understand, hydrological cycle, then we can address these issues also where we can, because this is ecosystem principle. And when we address the issue of water and wastewater, we cannot just, overlook this, natural system, that is hydrological system, and just say that, okay, this we are modified, so we'll only use the modified. Other aspect is about the solution for water is about the thinking context specific solution. So as I earlier mentioned, that the context is we need to understand the social, cultural, and other aspects also, and we have to look at that from a different spatial scale also, from country to up to the building, like region, city, and we know that the solution which are we address at the uh, here you will find that the water efficiency is one, gray water separation is one. So we are actually looking at the water efficiency in current smart city missions only. We are not addressing gray water separation. But if we go up and up, then the more sustainability is there. We are also looking at the stormwater separation and treatment near the sources, but still it is not much addressed. Then also decentralized treatment. Nowadays, this is done to some extent in the various settlement also. And, ultimately, any settlement to be connected to the current treatment or centralized treatment plant is last option, should be last option, because this is less sustainable option. But if you want to increase the sustainability, then we have to go for to increase it. And at a different spatial scale, it has a different meaning also. So any change, any technological change, we need to understand that the scale and the technological level. So if we know that the low tech, medium tech, and high tech, and then we can look it from the different way that whether one can go for the smaller pilot scale to check it, or one can go horizontal, where we can look it to the medium and large scale also, and then we have a strategic choice. So we have to take the strategic choice to go for some kind of a drastic change also, and then we can look at that the rapid transformation. So these are the way how infrastructure issue must be addressed, and especially unless until we give strategic thinking, we cannot address all these issues to full extent. So we will just go, we will do business as usual. The smart cities will, again, this mission will extend. Again, we will, do the same way. But if there is no strategic thinking, we cannot go for the rapid transformation. That is, very sure for the infrastructure like water and wastewater. So if we want to go for the future city or water-centric city, the smart management is one, that is water conservation, which is so addressed to the green development. Then distributed stormwater using best management practices. Many participants must be knowing about the rainwater harvesting, infiltration, and all. These are some of the way we can address it. Then also distributed wastewater treatment, generation and reuse within the building also. We have also landscape irrigation, then ecological flow restorations and all, so which could help natural bodies also. Then also the issue of landscape and landscape component also, like ponds, wetland, and grass filters also, for attenuation of the diffuse pollution and the post treatment of effluent also, which can be recovered for the reuse also. So in fact, this was, long back in 20 years in one of the small scheme, this was addressed in Pune. So they could recycle their use water, that is wastewater, to the toilet flushing also. So it was long back. I think 50 years ago this was tried in one of the scheme also. Then also very modern one, heat recovery, heat and energy recovery, nutrient recovery, biogas recovery, extend use of alternative renewable energy sources also. These are the very important issue. And on the basis of that also, I will show you some of the best practice examples also. So when you address the smart water system, we have to look at from the from the source to up to the end also. How does it actually, we have to understand this, because this is the requirement for the, any water system. Like we use the water and we get this water through the natural environment, and then use it for our purposes, for different purposes, then we allow it to become the sewerage also. So if we wanted to address this issue, we need to, see that whether we can link it, some way, to the reuse component, which I earlier narrated. So these are the way how we can actually look at the, for us is the minimization is one, which is also principle of sustainability. And how we can minimize, wherever there are opportunity, we can minimize. So here, all these level, there is chances of conservation also. Then there is also chances of reuse also. So this brown line shows about the reuse, and where there are possibility of reuse also. Similarly, also stormwater is also could be, directly, because it's less polluted. So we can think of using it directly also, and then allowing to discharge it. So all opportunities are there. So we need to actually harness this, and also we need to look at that we are minimizing our use, and we are also minimizing the discharge. And that is very important from the environmental point of view. When you minimize the discharge also, we are saving a natural environment. When we are minimizing our use, is also good for the environment also. And then ultimately, when you are discharging, it is protecting and enhancing the environment. These are the issue we address, and the definition for the smart water system should include all these components also. So the modern way of looking use of ICT is that we are using automated system, which could help to manage all this water. And there is various application already happening actually all over the world. It is not new now, because it was there, but on a larger scale, when the missions were taken, its applications are larger scale. So in the management platform, there are various strategic way of looking at the implication or use of ICT. So automated sensing is one which is done. We know that the remote sensing is one of the aspects which actually every planners, even now civil engineers, are learning about that. And it is an automated platform. Similarly, also for water quality, quantity, integration, storage, where you need a lot of data also, and you need to manage all this. So there, a modern ICT tool could help us also. It also provides the record management also, reporting capability for regulatory and compliance requirement also, which is there. Like in case of Europe, they have a clean water directives or wastewater directives. So you have to keep records also. So for record keeping also, ICT will help also. Then also, it is good for the providing energy usage information to pinpoint energy efficient opportunity related to water also. Like I said, the energy use is quite high, and we need to also reduce the energy use. So how does we efficiently use the energy is also be thought of. Is why this information could be actually sensed through the remote sensing also, and through the use of ICT. Then also provide intelligent, proactive, risk-related extreme weather event. Now we know that there are very extreme events happening, and we have to actually look at from that point of view. The last photograph, which you can see, this is one which is related to country Netherlands. I got the opportunity to live there for 1 year. So I look it from different way. And, this is called as a Delta project. As some of you might be knowing that this country is below sea level. So 6 meters below sea level. So they have to protect their whole country against the water, which is, comes from the sea also, and to save their land. So they have these, the barriers which are operated remotely also. This project is called Delta project, and then, whenever high tide is there, these they get all the meteorological data immediately. These, are affected because this barrier also helps to drain out their inland water also. So they have to look it from that angle. So this is at the larger scale, but technology helps them to actually to operate all these systems also. So nowadays, machine learning and other aspects, we know that they are utilized in various other, phenomena. But this is largely used now to understand that in data collection, like analyze the train or understand the behavioral model, or usage prediction and optimization. They are using all these modern techniques also. Then also they can monitor, integrate the information from the sewage and the sewer side system and the water system. It is a real-time monitoring also, which is required also. And this data is collected, analyzed. So for that purpose also, use of ICT is there. So these meters are now very common in smart city mission in India also. Those meters are put up to check the water usage also. And it has also other use also that I will also discuss later. So this is way how we can actually find out the the demands and supply, where we need more water and all this thing. So district metering area could be one of the way, which is actually done in I think South Korea, that they made a different sub district also to monitor all these system, and what is the consumption, hourly consumption pattern, and the night minimum flow also. So because these are the requirement of these engineering systems, so they have to run this system, and they also need to see that, find the leakage points. So this system, whenever the system has some life cycle, say 30 to 50 years, but they start leaking. And then the leakage itself, I mentioned that the 40 to 50% water is lost. So to leakage detection is a challenging point, where they can use this ICT also to find out the leakages where they can act upon easily. And along with that, data could be sensed also consumption pattern. Usually, the consumption pattern is very important for the planning and the management of these systems also. So in this case, we can find that the technology where we can use it, precipitation forecasting, urban water related disaster response system, where we can use it, these sensors give idea about all. Low impact development, naturally structured city, which is one aspect now, nature garden and all. So this is one of the way actually largely in other countries are addressed, low impact development, because we cannot solve every resource or the utility problem through engineering only. So we have to go with the low impact also. So another important is stream quality improvement, smart water treatment, smart water management and recycling system. All one can do. This is one thing in the some of the area eco-city development in Busan. They tried this in South Korea. So from that point of view, to secure, Korean model, it is, secure sustainable urban life for the future generation, and maximize the public and social interest also, and complete the smart life, smart link, and smart place model. That is what they have thought of. So they look at smartness from the different perspective also, and bring the futuristic living where the nature and people and technology come together. So there, because the society has reached to a certain level now, so where large integration of technology is happening. You just compare with the Indian society, Japanese or Korean society is quite ahead in using the technology. So their definition look from that angle. So their smartness is different than us also. But still they are putting that the inclusivity also. They are looking at the inclusivity for the living also, and communicating without discrimination and all this. This is sustainability principle actually. If you see SDG goal also, that is they are talking about the inclusiveness also. So smart cities also, they have to look into inclusiveness also. In case of the waste also, you can have a different. Now there are many innovations are available over the world. Now this is smart trash, bin, or the trash, where you can actually remotely sense it data also. And this is IoT integrated, and this is the company which is actually exporting now. And you can find that you can have a optimized waste collection path also, and this can smart trash and clean queue means that it gives the signals to the servers also whether to clean it or not. All this ICT use is used for the management of the the services like waste and water also. So some of the best practice example which came across, I just thought that is worth to mention, is that one from the Sweden. And the greenfield or the brownfield, there they could apply it. And this is one of the example actually, where they thought that the natural cycle should be closed at the local level as far as possible. And also the principle which earlier discussed is that the energy should be derived from the renewable sources also, as far as possible obtained from the local resources also. So this is one. And the other is that the sewage is to be utilized for the energy extraction and its nutrient content return to agriculture soil. Now this is very natural ecosystem principle, but how it is applied in a modern system, that we have to see it. So what they are doing is that the combustible waste which goes into electricity, that is district heating and electricity. So there is a combined heat and power plant. Biogas from the wastewater which goes into the businesses and the cookers also. Heat from the treated wastewater goes into district heating and cooling system. Solar cells are also generating. And then 50% energy need of local source could be managed through the localized way of using all this technology. So this is one project. They wanted to develop that 10,000 flat for 25,000 people, and the working place for 10,000. So this is actually brownfield site within the city itself. And the principle was that they wanted to reduce the environment impact by 50%. So whatever the impact is there, they want to reduce it, because environmental impact going to happen because of the large scale development. So land use, transportation, construction material, these are the issue where addressed. Water, sewage, and solid waste. So we'll just look from the water and from the waste point of view. And they have prepared the plan a long back. And this is the principle they adopted, that the synergy between all these goes also. The organic waste, then the waste from the farm, industry, all this is integrated, and finally sludge is digested also for the biogas also. So this is the cycle they adopted also, and some form of electricity is also generated also. So this is one of the first carbon neutral neighborhood also. You can Google search, you will find that a lot of YouTube on this examples, best practice example. So this is the way how heat from the purified wastewater is collected and then put into the system. And this system actually required, because this is Nordic country, they need a lot of heating. And so they put up that into that system. Similarly, water consumption, they wanted to reduce because 200 to 100. So 100, how they can do it is really challenging. Now I think they have reached up to 150. After implementation of this project, they reach up to 150, but they wanted to conserve a lot of water. So their target is 100 only. Okay, so this water treatment is also like a stormwater, a stormwater from the road in the basin, and then the water from the household treated into wastewater plant, which goes into, sludge and the biogas also. So this is the way how, issues are addressed at the local level. And these are some of the, snaps of that particular area where, the water, whole urban landscape is integrated with all this system. So you can see this this photograph where when it flows, why they have made it is just to, make some turbulence. So when you make it some turbulence, it will absorb some oxygen also, and it will keep the clean water also. Also landscape feature and, hard and soft, all they have integrated into the area also. Even the stormwater features also integrated into the pavement also. So ICT-based solution, waste collection is also one of the way to manage the waste. And we know that even in India also, I think in CMC, they are using a slightly modified system where they can manage their fleet also. And the collection still there is no total modernization because there are limitations for using a technology also. But these are the modern way of, disposal also. There is also segregation, and then, you can read the data and, collect the information and manage it properly within, time also. Waste separation, organic, combustible, newspaper, waste vacuum. Of course, they since this country does not have much manpower, they put up this new system like a vacuum system also. And metal, glass, packages, waste in house. This segregation is done in a way, and so no landfill from the waste. What they have decided. We know that the problem of landfill is very severe in countries like even in Delhi also you see, or even in Pune also, there is always a problem of landfill, waste management also. So these are the system actually, segregated system, and how does the waste is transported to the point and then sucked out from the collection and then goes into the for the treatment itself. So because this is very modern society, they think that this is appropriate solution for them also, because the manpower is a challenge. They don't have much manpower, so they have to go more automation. Like people, they will come, they will put up the segregated waste into proper stream also, and then it gets stuck also. So this is how they use it. Some burning, which goes to district heating and electricity, and biogas is also generated, which goes into houses and the businesses also. This is the Hammarby Sojourn. This is the area they actually converted. It was a small scale industrial area earlier before Second World War, and they wanted to transfer it because after that, the industry moved out, and then this area was available. So there, all stakeholder thought that this area could be converted into the for habitation. So they made it a plan for this. Now this area look like this. So this Hammarby Sojourn is this now, and they are monitoring actually whatever envisaged in the design. They are monitoring now whether they are achieved object or not. These are some of the about planning and the building. So everything is integrated properly. So they are not just thought isolated. It is all integrated buildings, and everything is integrated also. Another example is that from the Malmo, called Western Harbor. And there also they wanted to have a principle that the 50% less energy use and address the issues of renewable energy, locally produced energy. Same way, this is another example from Sweden also. and recycling also, which is ecosystem principle. So they have adopted this also, and this is the development actually for this is totally greenfield site. This is not brownfield. It is on total area. You can see that the whole landscape. These are the some of the building where electricity is also generated through photovoltaic. This shows about the wastewater treatment through wetland. Then also stormwater, and people are using bicycles also, and you can see the birds also. I got opportunity to visit this area also. It was good living environment at that point. So they wanted to have less stress, so less impact, less energy use, less CO2, which are the principle now every country is talking, but not doing much. But through small example, one can showcase it that how they can reduce their CO2 emission also. Then currently with the help of Korean team, one project which is envisaged, still it is not fully developed. This is something in Kalyan Dombivli area in Mumbai. This is the area they wanted to develop on a modern smart city, new city, and MOU between these is happen, and then I think development is still going on. So it's a long way to see that how much smartness they will achieve through the concept which is evolved in Korean team. So in a conclusion, what I would say is that there is no universally acceptable definition of a smart city. So it means different things for different people also. So as many authors or many they put up their all finding also in papers also, but yes, definitely it is different in places also. Even within the India, it could be different from one place to other place also. So conceptualization of the smart city therefore varies from city to city, community to community, and country to country. We need to look at that point of view. We cannot just replicate or leapfrog the solution which is adopted at one place to other place also. And this connotation, that is different connotation in California or Oklahoma or India or Singapore or Busan are different. So you don't find a similarity between Singapore and the Busan. So Singapore has came up with their own idea also. So emphasis of the smart city must be, make the cities and the human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. This is very important. Whatever you do, you have to look at the some kind of inclusiveness. There is a resilience, there is a sustainability address also in this smart city way. So it is like a evolution against we always say that the evolution and revolution, but it's like we have to work between these scenarios, that is development scenario in which both element, high tech and low tech, and which and will play complementary roles. So both high tech and low tech will play a complementary role in solving the problem associated with the utility in the city. So this is what I would like to say and end here. So there is some time also available for discussion also. And these are some of the references. Of course, people want it. I have a lot of references, so I just shared some of them. Nowadays, the Google is good to look for the papers and the project reports and all, but at the end we have to see that whether it is really context specific, whether it is replicable to us, from the point of view of our systems also. So when we say system, means that the governance system, the people, so just to give an example that when we visited the Sweden, because I've had a curious question about waste segregation, and we know that even in India we talk about the waste segregation, but how it happens we know also that the behavioral changes takes a long time. There, what I could find that the more environmental concern is there with the people, so they are thinking about all, and that's why their behavior is also that. So proper segregation is there also. Even in Germany also proper segregation of the waste is Thank you, team, for giving me opportunity to talk in this FDP program. Now, session is open for discussion.
Sir, thank you very much for the very enlightening session, specifically on water waste management and wastewater management also, and showing us few of the best examples across world which have been catered by with the integration of low tech and high tech both, and also concluding that unlike the definition is not clear, and it can be like applicable universally to all the places. So same is the solutions which cannot be universally tried to be like location specific and the settlement specific. We all should consider the geographical, social, economical, environmental consideration of a place. So thank you very much, sir. And the session is open for discussion. Those who are having questions, please, I welcome all. You can unmute yourself and can start. Pooja Chaudhary. Pooja, beta,
so I have one question, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, as I wish to know that you just told us that smartness and the definition of smartness varies according to places or the cities or the countries. It varies. But sir, I want to know the major challenges in Indian context for the planners if we want to plan the city smart. So obviously we want to opt a few technological things, few smartness concepts from other countries, which are like the models or the universal models, you say. So
Right.
what are the major challenges that we have in Indian context? For sure, the public I see as a major, as you show us that management thing, the technology, they have that waste collection boxes. If I see in Indian context, if I see talk about on the very basic level, the segregation, the green dustbins and the red dustbins, people don't go for those on the basic level in India. So I see this as a major, like a basic challenge. But if I talk about the smartness or the concept of smartness in Indian context, what are the major challenges that we as a planner face, or we can like focus on to make our country smart or the city smart?
Right. Very good question. Thank you. I think the context itself is the answer that when we think about our system, our cities. So context means it includes the culture, it includes the governance, it includes the people also those are using, it will include the financial positions also. So if we look at that, then we have to adopt the solution which is appropriate to our situation, and that is important from the smartness point of view. We cannot replicate it. So as far as Indian situations are considered, we know that we are still struggling with the supply and demand. So supply and demand is very important issue. We need to address it first, and then look at while addressing whether we can bring some kind of smartness. We cannot bring whole kind of smartness because it has a price tag. So imagine that if you put up the one sensor just to catch some information, their cost is ranging from 20,000 to 1.5 lakhs. So one sensor. So thousands of sensors has to be put up to get the data from the city at different utility is a very challenging. So we have to go with the customized solution and adopt it. So the planner has to think from that point of view when you are planning a city, or planning an existing city itself. When we look at that, then look at from the holistic point of view. So one cannot just replicate, Singapore example. I always mention to my student that Singapore is Singapore. You cannot say, as you can adopt this model in India also. Like in case of PMRDA, they were also talking about Singapore. Even the consultant were talking. So we said that we cannot, because our per capita income, the income to the local authority is very, very less. So unless there is a handout, Look at that the smart city mission. As soon as the monies are reduced, so the projects are stopped. And it itself is a challenge, that the governance itself is a challenge. To convince the people is a challenge for us. Like if suppose there is a solution which we see as a expert, that is not good for the city, but whereas the governance, like politicians and the administrator, they think from the different perspective. So one cannot adapt it, but well, so we can do incremental changes also, to make a small changes, because the urban development process is incremental. It cannot make very fast or dynamic by just putting something. So as a planner, I think we have to be holistic, look at the rational point of view, and take the decision according to that, also for zoning purpose, for putting infrastructures. So this my last slide. You can see at the left side the photographs is there. So this is a storage which is they call as a sustainable urban drainage system, which is very low cost actually, but it is solving the problem of the storm water, and it is also helping the ecosystem also. Now these are some of the things which is also possible when we look at that the city, from city to city, that this information is also available. Only application, we need to have a cross-section team, a team, other people. Many times, the planners also have in fault, because they think that everything they know about it, but it is not like that. We have to bring the professionals, so like hydrology professional, so they know all these things. So we can bring them into a whole planning process to address the issue. So is whether it is waste, like I mentioned about the waste also in PCMC. They have the consultant came up with a very fantastic idea, and we know that the always consultant show very rosy picture, but then I said that no, you cannot implement it here, because there is a challenge. The challenge is about the management, the personals, and all these things. After the project is over, who is going to manage all this system? So you need a persons for data management, for GIS specialized people to look at that. So it comes with the price tag, and one has to understand that while putting any system. So we can go incrementally, put up the solution incremental way, try to solve it that way only. So it's like a very hungry person, empty stomach, and you said that okay, I'll give you one laddu and you can eat it, and with one laddu you can survive, but it is not. He need a proper nutrition also, and the nutrition will not come in a one day. It will require a long time, because he has his feature has gone because of the empty stomach. So to recover it requires time. So similarly also for the city also require time. I hope I try to.
Sir, I have one more
satisfy.
question, sorry.
Yes, yes.
Sir, can public participation be a role player to the in this particularly planning the city smart? Like public
A
participation.
very critical issue. One of my students is doing PhD on this public participation in planning process. Very critical, and also very challenging. If you look at that, our governance systems and the publics and all, our participation is very notional. If you see very basic theory of artisan ladder of participation, we are a notional one. So because we are busy with all this our own way, and the public participation has a limitation also, because our society is also not aware about the urban planning issue also. You can just look at how many people knows about what is exactly urban planning and which are the issues are addressed. So whenever it comes to putting a public participation, is always a challenge. It comes to participation when they are getting affected by some our decisions of planning, then they will come together. So that is always a challenge. Well, participations are quite high in the other country, like country like UK or USA, because their foundation is based on that only. But for us, it's long way again to increase the participation. of the people into actually planning process. So our system, like if you prepare a master plan, then you will not involve the people, and you will put up the master plan for suggestion and objection later on, like in Delhi also. You can see. So during the process itself is a challenge, because it's a huge task also. How does, we have to evolve the mechanism to how we can bring the people, but it's used. Actually, the master planning, because there is a lot of discussion is going on the Delhi master plan also, and the master plan, the concept has to change drastically. It has to be only a structure plan. It cannot be it cannot address all the issue. You have to go for the structure plan to zonal, sub-zonal, local area, and then you can address it. So it is possible that through local area plan, more participation is possible. But at the moment, it's only the institution like NGOs, CBOs, expert will participate in debate or comment on this. But the common person, very challenging.
Sir, question from one of the participants. She has typed, Dr. Niti Garg. Like,
Right.
there are so many examples from the foreign world that we keep on quoting. We need to learn best practices for smart cities in Indian context. So, are there some best examples where like these projects are implemented in part ways? So, are there
the water and wastewater is not addressed. That's why my concern is always that I'm looking for the good examples also. Even in Pune also and PCMC, the two neighboring city, they are addressing only issue of the 24/7 water supply, where because that is a pan city and area development project, so they are looking at that point of view. But fundamentally rethink green city and all, still I never came across where I can study this anything which is addressed. I mentioned earlier that it was not during the smart city mission itself. It was long 20 years back. One of the small area in Pune, they were addressing the water issue, water conservation issue through the recycling. So reuse of the toilet water also by after treatment to some extent. So it was addressed. So then one was also small township also. Earlier they tried to use it, but later on they just they connected to the central system. I think we have to study a lot. Maybe some example people might be in Kerala or another city. If you can enlighten me, I'll definitely ready to study that also. But I have not came across, because these example I visited, and that's why I mentioned it. And they are worth to mention because they are very integrated. So it's not only one they have addressed, but all the issues they try to address it.
Any further question from any participant? Sir, from my side, like you are having Center of Excellences and one of the best labs across India in wastewater management and water supply. So by using SCADA system, have you ever tried to like simulate the entire city on that system? And if any, like the solutions that you have provided for a particular
the SCADA system is utilized in case of PCMC also, but it is on a limited scale also. Before Smart City Mission, the SCADA was there in water supply system. Yes, but it is on a limited scale only for the treatment option and then the bulk supply. But whereas the SCADA system could be utilized to the whole network also. It is still to be implemented. It is there envisaged in the project itself. But I think it will take another 4 or 5 years, because they are very initial stage now. And they need, because they have to retrofit their existing system. They cannot completely develop the new system, because it's thousands of crores. So they can't do it. So they are customizing it. SCADA system is customizing, and our instrumentation department is forefront in giving the solution also.
Sir, also like we keep on quoting double pipe system, triple pipe system for wastewater management, and then supplying it back to the neighborhoods and at individual building level. So have you come across any of the neighborhood also that such kind of systems have been implemented, which can like we as faculty can quote in our regular lectures and can show to our students that these the benefits have been regularly quoted.
Yeah, that is what is I mentioned is the Marigold site is in Pune, which has a double pipe system. And what they are doing is that the water which is treated from the toilet is supplied to commercial building, and it goes into the toilet for flushing. So because it is not fully treated, so you can't touch it. So that's why they are using for flushing. So they have a two pipe system. So that is there. There are many examples now. Two pipe systems are very common because either decentralized systems are mandatory now in DCPR in Maharashtra, especially for the 120 pipes. But decentralized only treatment. But some of the society, they are coming with the reuse also. But the reuse is also different way. One is the reuse it for the landscaping and reuse it for the toilet flushing. So toilet flushing, there are very less example. I think 3-4 examples are there in Pune, which actually utilizing the treated water also.
Because treated water supply has been like regularly supplied for construction purposes.
No. That is not possible because the treatment level is very, very low. So you can't use it. That was on the centralized system when the in Bangalore, in Yelahanka, that is the area where there is a treatment plant for the wastewater, which they are treating it to tertiary level and sending it to, I think, Bangalore airport for the construction and usage also. So they have a direct pipeline which goes to, utilize. Because even after tertiary treatment also, it is risky to use it because you need a, very high level treatment to bring it to potable level. So it is still not there. I think time will come, we have to go because the water resources are very scarce now. Like in Singapore, everything is treated and then comes as a potable water. But India, I think, because it is very expensive. As I said, that all technologies are very expensive, so you can't just, do that because the cost, maintenance cost and the running cost itself is very, very high.
Sir, now I would like to thank you very much for sparing time for us and delivering a wonderful lecture. So thank you very much, sir. I'll remain in contact with you. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for patient listening. I thought that more question will come from the faculties, but I think pandemic time also made us not to talk much. Anyway, but good to see that many participants in FDP also, more than 50 also, and good subject is taken by your university. Thank you, Manoj, for inviting me. Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir. Sir.
No, sir. Ashok sir has joined.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Sir, you
Okay,
can. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll just remove my.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Ashok sir has joined.
Greetings, sir. I'm not able to find. Lalit, sir, can you find name so that I can make him co-host?
Actually, शायद उन्होंने leave.
Yes, sir. Sir, greetings, sir.
Hi. Good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning. I made you a co-host so that you can present your presentation or whatever you want.
Can we start?
No, sir. Let me just introduce, although you are like highly known person, and I'll just introduce you to the dear participants. Professor Ashok Kumar Sharma from Department of Physical Planning, SPA, Delhi, is very known in academics and has been regularly delivering lecture across the country, and two different he remains like among the invited speakers in most of the conferences, workshops, or wherever we talk on smart cities, or not only smart cities, city planning or physical planning. Dr. Ashok, Professor Ashok Kumar Sharma is a well-known name. There is no doubt that the last session was very informative and interactive. In this session also, like we'll be working, we have Professor Ashok Kumar Sharma from SPA Delhi, who has been teaching planning theories to undergraduate and postgraduate planning students since like more than 25 years now. His area of interest include trust and collaborative planning theory, Sinian capabilities and urban planning, spatial justice. After graduating from urban and regional planning from SPA Delhi, Professor Ashok Kumar has completed his PhD in 1992 from the globally renowned Department of Civic Design, University of Liverpool, England. So on organization analysis of the planning function, a case of Metropolitan District of England. Ashok sir has published more than 100 articles in national and international refereed journals and written and edited approximately a dozen of books and published more than 2 dozens of book chapter and published publishers such as Oxford, Cambridge, Sage, Patience Hall, Cambridge, Routledge. He is referred to some of the prestigious journals in the field of planning and including Urban Studies, Town Planning Review, Scientific Correspondent for Special Justice Journal, published from Paris. Currently, he is editor of ITPI Journal. Professor Ashok Kumar has been regularly invited by many foreign universities for conducting research and lecturing. Welcome, sir. I invite you to deliver your lecture now. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Manoj. It will take me a little time to share screen. So, can you see? Can you see? Can
Yes,
you
sir.
see the screen? Yeah. Okay. So, first of all, let me thank and Dr. Manoj Panwar for inviting me and his institution and organizers of this training program for making a presentation. Thank you, Manoj, for your kind words.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
This is the topic I'm going to discuss today. It might take some time. I have got some 66 slides, so you have to be patient with me. But I can stop wherever you want me to. This is the outline of the presentation. I will be talking about why we talk about public engagement and its definition. What is the idea of a smart city? Origins of the smart cities. I will give you some new information on this. Then I talk about the smart cities mission policy of Government of India. And then with a brief on a case study of New Delhi Municipal Council area. And in terms of public engagement, I have deciphered some 5 public exclusion points from the NDMC area, and then some concluding remarks. So this is the outline of the presentation. Let's quickly move to the first part of the presentation, which is public engagement. Let's see what it is. First of all, we need to understand why it is important, why public engagement is an important analytical lens for investigating global smart cities. It is believed that if we talk about public engagement, we can address complex governance problems by generating policy support. Smart cities policy is one example. It can help in generating momentum for public action, and it can also create certain opportunities for transformations in the expectations and capacities of the public. A global smart city movement have also claimed, and we will discuss this at a later stage a little more, that information, communication, and other technologies could potentially make large-scale public engagements possible. So these are some of the benefits of if we use public engagement as an analytical lens for interrogating global smart cities. So let's see what it is. What is public engagement? The central theme is that citizens must have some influence on public policies and program. Influence to ensure positive impact on their social and economic lives. Nowadays, UN agencies are using the term public engagement. You perhaps might have come across another term, similar term called citizen engagement. It was a little bit exclusionary because then you were only talking about citizens in a certain country or a city. Public engagement implies any person, including citizens. So two parts of the definition of public engagement. One is participation. Participation is not successful, or successful participation would imply that public has certain influence on policies and programs. Second part of public engagement is inclusion. That means public is engaged in co-producing, means simultaneously the state and other actors, including public, we engage in creating processes, policies, programs for defining and addressing public issues. And multiple knowledges are used over a period of time. Both participation and inclusion are necessary for effective public engagements. So the central nodes of public engagement are participation and inclusion, and both have specific meanings. Um, then we have certain principles for public engagement. Somehow engagement is hidden and underneath the table. These are some of the things. I will just go through the core principles of public engagement. Begin by listening. This is for the state. That state should be listening, paying attention to people's concerns, aspirations, and so on. Attend to people's leading concerns. That would also again go back and relate to effective listening, or when they are making policies. Reach beyond the usual suspects. That means include people who are generally not included in the decision making processes. Traditionally poor people are not included in the decision making processes. Frame issues for deliberation. This is what policymakers have to do. This is one of the principles of public engagement. Provide the right type of amount and information at the right time. This is important at particular stages. Certain information can be provided because information itself is empowering. Our states, our state in India generally does not provide information, and in order to ensure that information gets provided, we have got RTI nowadays to secure that information. Help people move beyond wishful thinking. People might have a number of needs, and they might want to fulfill those needs, aspirations, etc. But policymakers need to put forward trade-offs. If this does not happen, this is possible. So there are multiple ways of achieving certain outcomes, and those various frames can be presented by the policymakers. Expect obstacles and resistance. Certainly, when you engage with the public, conflicts will happen. Create multiple varied opportunities for deliberation and dialogue. This should happen because if you want to co-produce, then these things are necessary. And respond thoughtfully and conscientiously to public involvement. Generally, public involvement is thought to be a, a, a a delaying mechanism or an irritant. So policymakers generally don't take these things very seriously. But under the principles of public engagement, you have to really thoughtfully respond to the public involvement and build long-term capacities of engaging with the public. So these are 10 principles, and we have defined public engagement involving participation and inclusion. Second part is slightly longish, but I will not dwell on the details of the definitions of smart cities. You might have already seen those in various articles, but I will try to highlight the major chief features of the idea of smart city. And you will see, I will go through these number of definitions, and you will see certain elements are common. For example, technology. In this definition, you see high-tech intensive. Smart city has to be high-tech intensive. It connects people, information, and city elements, various networks, sewerage system, water distribution system, and so on. And it has to be competitive and innovative. Then all available technologies and resources can be used in an intelligent and coordinated manner. Even if you see the two paragraphs that I show here, in a coordinated manner is written here and then connects the people. So both have same meanings. So in this particular definition, there is an emphasis on high technology, connections among people, information, and city elements through technology. So this is the first definition. Another definition would again talk about ICT communication infrastructure. It is claimed that it fuels sustainable economic growth. Participatory governance, you will see a little bit of it, but not much in the definition. Participatory governance. Then smart cities will, it is claimed, will take advantage of communications and sensor capabilities, again talking about technologies. And you will also repeatedly see in various definitions, improvement of quality of life for everyone. We will quickly go through other definitions that I have here. Again, if I read, aggressively deployed technology, high-speed broadband infrastructure, these are all characteristics of smart cities. But it is also argued this definition is slightly different from the others, that the real opportunity is in rebuilding and renewing a sense of place, and in the process, a sense of civic pride. Emphasis apart from technology is also on promotion of economic development, job growth, and an increased quality of life. We have seen in the previous definition the issue of quality of life. Then in this definition also, again, intelligent exchanges of information, wider ecosystem, more resource efficient and sustainable use, governance and economy using new thinking paradigms. This is new. Then again, talking about technology. Technology economic efficiency remains one of the central features of defining the smart cities. Why I'm giving you all these definitions is generally there is a assertion that we don't know exactly how to define a smart city. I would argue that is not the case. If you look at a number of definitions, you will see that we can set limits to what is a smart city. Of course, there will be aberrations and there would be certain things which cannot be fitted into that framework. But certainly, largely, we can talk about smart city, which has certain salient features. We will come to that when I finish discussion on defining the smart cities. Here again, we are talking about creative class. This is a concept about uh, having high skilled workers, knowledge workers, and that these knowledge workers in a city would bring in a pool of best talent and create competitive advantage for the city. So this is again contributing to economic efficiency of the city, of the state. And again, we come to see that these would contribute to a healthy and happy community. So various things are getting repeated here in definition given by different authors. Uh, Again, monitor and integrates conditions, and then certain elements of the city are discussed: infrastructure, roads, bridges, etc. Integration of those through technology. Optimization of resource again implies economic efficiency. And further down the line, we talk about various kinds of infrastructure that must be integrated. IT infrastructure is given a separate status here in the smart city. Further, few more definitions. Again, talking about creative class, smart cities are territories with high capacity for learning and innovation. Same thing in different words. Having a creative class in a city. Furthermore, you can see digital infrastructure for communication and knowledge management. So similar definitions are given by very different authors. So I will not read all of this. Just want to point to you that there are certain commonalities in these definitions, and therefore we can define a smart city. Again, talking about economic efficiency, high productivity, highly educated people, knowledge intensive jobs. So economic efficiency as well as creative class again uh, uh, being referred to. Again, there is a mention of technologies in this definition also. And similarly, in this major emphasis is on information and communication technologies and sharing of data across various entities. Furthermore, again, emphasis on creative class, um, ICT, IT technologies, sensors, etc., activators. Those things are discussed in relation to defining the smart city. In the last definition, also you will see talking about well-performing, that a city is smart city is a well-performing city implies high level of economic efficiency, enhance the quality of services, meaning we are contributing to enhanced quality of life, intelligent solutions. The poor gets mentioned for the first time in this definition. When we talk about high quality of life, again, there is a mention on technologies and participatory policy. You must notice that in several definitions that I have listed here, only in two definitions a mention on participation, that also in the passing. So what happens? What is the conclusion from these various definitions? So if we look at selected authors, there is emphasis on IT, emphasis on quality of life, some emphasis on people, governance, increased quality of life, like I said, participatory policies, and so on. Similarly, in these definitions. And in these as well. I'm just summarizing the definitions that you saw earlier. Now, what we have seen in the previous definitions is here. most common characteristics of smart cities. What are these? That we are thinking we will have networked infrastructure that enables economic efficiency and social and cultural development. The point to be underscored is economic efficiency. So one of the common characteristics of a smart city is economic efficiency. Networked infrastructure that implies use of high technology. Emphasis on business-led urban development and creative activities for promotion of urban growth. Social exclusion, although mentioned a few times, but this is also one of the common characteristics of smart cities. Then natural environment, sustainability, the word sustainable development is mentioned several times in these definitions. These are some of the common characteristics. And furthermore, like I suggested previously, in other words, if we have to talk about the common characteristics, sustainability, efficiency, implying economic efficiency, and participatory democracies is considered to be the three main elements of a smart city. What does it imply? Sustainability implies use of green technologies in terms of infrastructure, etc. Smart cities are embodiments of information and communication technologies in the built environment for promoting efficiency, economic efficiencies. Smart cities cater to the rising demands for participatory democracies. These are claimed to be the chief features of or most common characteristics of smart cities. If you look at this slide and this slide, you can fairly easily organize a common definition of a smart city, which would involve information and communication technologies embedded into built environment, economic efficiency, innovation, participatory democracy, inclusion, engagement, and so on. So with this, we can certainly have some kind of definition which would delimit what is a smart city. So it is possible to find a definition of smart cities. Furthermore, we can talk about three centers of gravity of smart cities. Again, emphasizing those points. Digitization of urban systems to generate, gather, and process data. Interconnect and fuse various types and sources of data related to various aspects of everyday life in a city. Automated management of urban systems. These are three centers of gravity of smart cities. So what are the claimed benefits from smart cities? One, improved economic efficiency. Two, reduced pollutant emissions. Three, economic growth. Efficiency would certainly lead to high economic growth and eventually enhanced quality of life of citizens. Now I want to move to the third section. So we have fairly clearly understood what is the definition, what is a smart city. If someone is asking what is a smart city, perhaps you and I can give a certain definition of a smart city. Origins of smart city. When we talk about India's smart city, we generally mention that the idea of smart cities came through BJP's election manifesto, and then it was implemented through the two terms of the BJP and we have 100 smart cities and so on. But I want to tell you the real reasons of smart cities becoming such a predominant uh, idea in urban planning. So what are the real origins of smart cities? Here are some of the ideas that we can discuss. It's a kind of neoliberal response to increasing financial losses suffered by the private companies. Companies like IBM, for example. We will discuss little detail of IBM. So this is a response to increasing financial losses suffered by private companies. Therefore, emphasis is placed on economic efficiency and embedding most modern technologies in the built environment. Now, city is being treated as at certain point of time, they treated the computers and networking among those computers. Now cities are being treated like this. But this is not for the first time. Cities are being treated as a space where neoliberal policies could be. I'm hoping that you understand the word neoliberal and neoliberal policies. Development of creative classes. This idea was developed between 1980s onwards. And in management, people have written about it. In planning, urban planning, people have been discussing for several decades now the idea of creative classes. Simply put, it means that cities would have policies to attract highly talented, creative, innovative people to a city so that they have an edge over other cities to create more and more wealth in a particular city, creative classes. The idea of neoliberalization or neoliberal response is that most of the things would be done through the private sector, and not only through the private sector, we would create institutional arrangement that the private sector is able to work efficiently. So this is these are the theoretical underpinnings of the idea of smart city, that it was a neoliberal response to the financial losses being suffered by private companies. So this is theoretical proposition. So what is the reality in the world? Have a look at this. IBM's losses exceeded $18 billion in 1993. They took a strategic decision to change from hardware and design to consultancy and software. Their staff worked, researched, and then by 2009, 2008, IBM launched, and you can find these documents on the internet, Smart Planet campaign. IBM went to the town propagating that currently cities are not working optimally. Suddenly they came to understand that cities are not working efficiently. Therefore, something needs to be done. And they said this can be done through effective and innovative use of information and communication technologies. We will see the result of this in a second. So what is the strategy of the IBM? It has two elements. They thought it's a good idea to work with city government through comprehensive contracts, the kind of contracts they made with Rio and Singapore governments. Second, the company said, we will also provide free of cost these technologies to 100 municipalities. And they were right. The end result was that IBM earned $3 billion in income, which made 25% of IBM's operations. 25% of IBM's operations, $3 billion in income. And the company started rolling out profits. Similarly, the other companies like Cisco, General Electric, Siemens, Philips, and so many other companies came into this business of building smart cities. Cisco, for example, built this Songdo in New Songdo, the city in South Korea. Most of the criticism of the smart cities has been made by this scholarship through neoliberal, and they think that the idea of smart city is a neoliberal intervention by the corporate houses. And I have shown you just one example. If you just go to the net and do the research further, you will find Cisco is working on this, Siemens is working on this. Several companies are into this now, the smart cities idea. So we have talked about the definition of public engagement. We talked about the idea of a smart city. Then we also briefly discussed origins of the smart city. And now I'm going to focus on India and then on NDMC. Indian policy, I will explain policy intent of the smart cities mission. Transform India. The tagline goes like this. The smart cities mission, what is the policy intent of this flagship program? Inclusivity is one idea that the smart city mission policy proposes. It is presented as an inclusive flagship program. It is argued that in order to implement this policy, you require smart people. And it is expected that smart people would actively participate in governance and reforms. And government argues that we are not talking about some kind of ceremonial participation in this mission. It has to be real. It is not only a kind of ceremonial participation that we see in the master plans and other various development plans. So it has to be real participation. So the idea of public engagement becomes important. So what is this real participation? We should see through the lens of public engagement. And we will see what happens with the case. So further, the policy continues to talk about participation. And participation, they have also identified in the policy. Participation is expected in defining smart city. People will collaboratively come together and define what is a smart city. Decisions in deploying smart solutions. There will be public engagement in making decisions about deploying smart cities. Implementing reforms. When we are implementing these reforms, public would get involved. Oversight, implementation. During implementation, designing post-project structures and so on. In all these stages, almost all stages of project implementation, project preparation and so on, it is expected that public would engage with the state, with the authorities, with the urban local bodies. It continues to say that states and urban local bodies will play key supportive role. You see, slowly and steadily, you will see the policy is inserting certain words which untrained eye would not be able to notice. Urban local bodies, states and urban local bodies will play key supportive role. Not the main role, key supportive role. Immediately after that, there is a mention of special purpose vehicles. As you know, special purpose vehicles, and I will be discussing in greater detail, these are appointed bodies. Generally in the private sector, you will see these. Under 2013 Act, Companies Act, will enable participation through ICT and mobile-based tools. Special purpose vehicles are expected to enable participation through ICT and mobile technologies. Then it continues to talk about SPV. Like I said earlier, SPV will be a limited company incorporated under the Companies Act 2013. This act is still in force. It will be headed by a CEO. There will be directors, board of directors, and so on, with nominees from central government and state government and urban local bodies. Then SPVs will have state and urban local governments as promoters. Both promoters will have 50-50 equity, the SPV and urban local government. Private sector can have shares in this company as long as majority of the shares are held by the state and ULB. So structure of SPV for smart cities mission is somewhat like this. Earlier slide also talked about it, but let's again go through this. Board of directors, various government representatives, a CEO, divisional commissioners, collectors. These persons, any of these can be chairpersons, central government representatives to be a director. So a certain kind of centralization is also happening. CEO will be an appointed person with the approval of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs now. These are some of the functions. Almost everything will be done by the SPV. Appraisal, approval, release of funds, implementation, management, so on. Projects could be executed. This is another word quietly inserted into the policy. Policies could be, projects could be executed through joint ventures, PPP mode, public-private partnerships, turnkey contracts. SPV could also appoint a project management consultant for designing, developing, managing, implementing anything on area-based projects. Now, while we discussed earlier public engagement, government is also keen to discuss these ideas in the policy. It is talking about making governance citizen friendly through online provision of services. And certainly certain services have been, we have begun providing online, form online e-groups to listen to people. Straight coming from the policy, all the city residents feel there is something in it for them also. Government of India is telling that wherever we implement this policy, all the city residents must feel there is something in it, something in those projects for them also. So no one, if I translate this in my own words, no one will be left behind. Everyone will have some stake in the smart cities mission, smart city projects. But then this was the, we have heard several times, so I will not engage on this slide too much. Through various stages, smart city proposal gets selected and funded various rounds of declaring smart cities. Now we have 100, and we don't prepare smart city plan. We are preparing a smart city proposal, and then DPRs, of course, doing to do with projects. I'm running fairly with good speed. Manoj, is it okay?
Sir, it's okay, sir.
I can continue. I think I can finish within your given time. Then we talk about, we discussed so far defining the idea of smart city, public engagement, origins of the smart city idea, then India's smart cities mission, the policy. And now we see, let's see how this policy is implemented in New Delhi Municipal Council. As you are aware, New Delhi Municipal Council is not a city on its own. It is very small part of National Capital Territory of Delhi, the city. Area of the National Capital Territory of Delhi is 1483 square kilometer. And we will see what is the area of NDMC. So we have done comprehensive surveys in NDMC, but our focus has been on public engagement, and we have tried to understand what is happening to the poor people living in NDMC. When I say poor people living in NDMC area, some of you might jump off your seats because we talk about Lutyens Delhi when we talk about NDMC, meaning that all rich and powerful people live in NDMC. I myself had a little idea that large slum areas also exist in NDMC. And there are 40 Juggi Jhompadi clusters or slum areas in NDMC area. So we have focused on those because other coverage is very common in media as well as in government documents. So we thought let's focus on these areas. So just quick look, those dots show the number of slums in NDMC area, total NDMC area, which is slightly different from the NDMC smart zone. So let's see how they have selected this and talk a bit about the introduction of NDMC. This was declared in the first round itself, one of the selected smart cities in 2015. NDMC constitutes only 0.3 million people, and population of Delhi is expected to be over 20 million by 2021. This is 1.79% population of entire Delhi as far as 2011 census goes. Views of the total of 1.6 million floating population. This is floating population. Views of these we are told are not considered at all. More slum population in Delhi outside NDMC. If you wanted to enhance the quality of life, perhaps Delhi was a good idea, or poorer areas in Delhi would be a good idea to enhance quality of life in the city. Then NDMC. Why NDMC was chosen? I can't fathom reasonable arguments that could be made for the selection of NDMC as a smart city. NDMC, just about the administration, what they do, as you perhaps know, is a nominated body. It's not elected body like other municipalities, 3 municipalities in Delhi. Non-elected body with only 3 elected members nominated from Legislative Assembly of Delhi and 1 MP from the project constituency. All the other 9 members are nominated from civil services. NDMC has been empowered to prepare plans such as improvement schemes, rehousing schemes for economic development and social justice. So they are fully empowered to do this. In order to evaluate what NDMC is doing, we have talked about 5 public exclusion points. This is the framing device I am using. Exclusion points, public exclusion points. So I will quickly go through these. And coming back to the planning powers of NDMC, public exclusion point number 1. Being a non-elected body, it is not expected, or it is not really, even if they don't engage with the public, nothing really matters. Public organizations which are created through elected mandate, they have to go to the public every 5 years for re-election. Here, that is not the case. So from the beginning, we are in a situation where exclusion is likely. So exclusion point number 1, the nature of the NDMC itself, that is more likely to exclude people than include, because the body itself is not elected one. On the top of it, other organizations that are created to implement design projects is SPV. That again is a creation under Companies Act. So it is also not elected. Furthermore, private sector participation is encouraged. And if you remember in the policy earlier, I mentioned that state and ULBs would provide a supportive role. So from all perspectives, it appears the starting point itself is exclusionary. Exclusion point 1. Exclusion point 2. SPV. They have created SPV as in other 100 smart cities. New Delhi Municipal Council Smart City Limited is the SPV. If you look at the composition of this SPV, 3 civil servants are directors of the NDMC. I am not suggesting for a moment that civil servants would discourage public participation, but certainly it is not their first worry. First worry is to run the city efficiently. First worry is to stop people from rioting, etc., to maintain public order. For politicians who are elected to local governments, their first worry is their electorate, their voters are happy, because every 5 years you have to go for re-election. So second exclusion point is that you have institutional arrangements like SPVs, which are totally exclusionary. Then further exclusion, if we go back in time, we will see KPMG was hired to prepare smart city proposal. This is a global private company. They did their scoring on the basis of criteria mentioned in City Challenge competition document, and then plan was approved by the NDMC and sent away for funding to central government. Exclusion point 3. Breakneck speed of smart city proposal making and funding. I should be happy. Why we should criticize this? This is a good thing. They have prepared a plan or a proposal in a short period of time. To be precise, 2 months and 14 days. But if you look at the quality of the smart city proposal, it is not comparable to Delhi master plan or any reasonable document that one would see on planning. It is a collection of projects. A rest of the slide contains a number of dates during which decisions were taken. So this is further chronology of those dates, starting in December and ending in end of January. Exclusion point 4 is spatial in nature. That most of the money is spent on area-based projects. Area-based project where they by their nature contain only small area of the whole city. They also in this case excluded the marginal groups, people living in slums, for example. So exclusion point 4. Then again, this is a colored map of NDMC, just to show the location of slums here, and some explaining to be done about slums here. 10,000 households living in NDMC. In NDMC area. Rarely they are mentioned in the smart city proposal. Unspecified number of squatter settlements under flyovers and so on. They also don't find any mention. Whereas the policy proposal says mapping of information and data about natural features, heritage areas, areas prone to flooding, and yes, slums, etc. But then we don't find much mention in projects or in the plan. Exclusion point 5 and the last one, exclusion of slum dwellers. They are not only mentioned, but something else happened. We surveyed all the 36 slums in NDMC area. We talked to residents of or leaders of these slums, and none of them knew about Smart City NDMC. None of them were ever contacted by KPMG. KPMG was responsible for conducting surveys. Whereas if you want to enhance quality of life, use technology, high technology, want to bring about economic efficiency, these were the 3 features we have seen of a smart city, then possibly these areas must be looked at, because housing remains one of the central provisioning for creating high quality of life or enhanced quality of life. And the number is not small. 10,000 households is not a small number in a small area like NDMC. So these were the 5 exclusion points. Some of the photographs that we took some time ago, these are the slums. So I am not just making a reference to them. This is the condition in which they are living. मेरा फोटो है, आप देख सकते हैं, मैं गया था. This is Safdarjung squatter settlement. And they have all sorts of legal documents. You can see election card here, and this one is what the license, I think. Another slum, little bit better condition. So reaching the last bit, conclusions. Selection of smart cities itself seems to indicate priorities other than inclusion. You have seen that. And by the way, NDMC has implemented some of the smartest ideas. For example, they don't want to use the solar power is being used now. Their claim is that almost all public buildings are using now solar panels and solar energy, which is a great idea. But this same solar energy can be used by people living in slums, or if certain good housing was given to them and then solar panels were used, great thing could have happened, but that has not happened. Non-elected decision makers dominate NDMC, as we have seen. Nature of projects really doesn't address issues of slum developers. Another project is regeneration of Connaught Place. I mean, what the hell are we going to regenerate in Connaught Place? Already huge infrastructure exists. During previous government, during Commonwealth in 2010, entire Connaught Place was dug up. I don't know for what reasons. Again, certain portions of Connaught Place were dug up. Migrants, last one, don't form part of public engagement. Since these are teachers, so I thought I must also present one slide on future research. Lot of work needs to be done. Critical work needs to be done on smart cities, not only in the NDMC, but elsewhere. Studies that deal with smart city projects. I have dealt with the city, but if you deal with specific projects, you may come out with insights, perhaps sometimes positive, at other times critical. The idea, some comparative studies could be done. NDMC comparing with other similar city. Let's see, they have done some positive things. For example, in Bhubaneswar, in Pune, elsewhere, I keep on hearing they are doing better. So things are happening all over India under the policy of the Smart Cities mission. But as far as our surveys show, we expected that they will also have some interventions in poorer areas, but that was not to be so. My analysis is up to date, up to 2018. Surveys were conducted in 29 also. I could not show you the results of the survey. We have a table which shows addresses, telephone numbers, and the responses of the presidents of these slums for technical reasons. But nonetheless, Dr. Manoj Panwar, thank you so much for providing me this platform to discuss with your with various faculty that you might have invited for this program. With these, I will close here, and if there are any questions, my only last advice to the teachers is, whether it is smart city or any other area of concern that you are researching, you must be critical. Critical implies why we are critical. In this way, we can help governments frame better policies. If we continue to agree with the policies. I have agreed where it is due, but where you have to provide a critique, not criticism, a critique. We are the only people sitting in the universities who can have time and resources to provide that critique, write about it. I'm sure government will be keen to listen to critique with some idea of where to go. Like I was suggesting, why not use solar energy in slums? They have very limited affordability, but that could be only done after their housing condition is improved by various means. For example, PMAY is a Prime Minister's housing policy is there. Then several other programs are there which could be used to improve their housing condition. And after that, several of the proposals that NDMC Smart City proposal makes, similar provisions can be made there as well. With this, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful presentation. I would like to invite the questions from the participant. One of the participants, Shalini Shoran. Shalini, you want to say, or should I read the
I
question?
have written the question and I have provided the answer also, but I will elaborate, Shalini, why this is not happening. Your question is indicating towards that. One reason that IIPA found another organization by the side of SPA was because these people provide cheap labor in various houses in the NDMC. They are plumbers, drivers, other laborers. So there is a mutual economic transactions that are taking place. I would argue against IIPA's argument. Economic transactions still can take place. These people still can work, but work from better conditions, better housing, better technologies. I mean, all of them were carrying phones, sometimes better phones than I use. So they can be involved, even through technologies, they can be involved. So my suggestion to NDMC would be, first of all, make this as a project specific area where you have a lot of funding. 81% funding is for specific projects, area based projects. Why not have these slums as specific projects? Spend the money to improve these areas. Shalini? So we ought to be little innovative. You are looking after the traders, very fine. Do that. That is a special area. Improve Connaught Place, but by the side also have projects to improve slum areas. Since lot of money, 81% is lot of money. Citywide projects, you don't have lot of money. But for specific projects, you have money. So you can spend that money for good in these areas also. The only thing is, my sense is we have to start treating slum dwellers also as citizens, as mentioned in the Constitution, specifically Article 21, which talks about equality, dignified life, and so on. And everyone, and that is right of every citizen. So we should demand from our governments that they take these actions under Article 21 also. There was a court verdict several years ago saying that you provide housing to the poor under Article 21, but not like herding of animals. It has to be decent housing. Even if I draw on Article 21, still we can do a lot of stuff for the poor living in slums.
Sayukta Verma has asked a question. why green infrastructure or the climate change is not addressed while we are
Green infrastructure.
smart infrastructure?
Okay. Yeah, I have not discussed. Project because several times we discuss projects. My idea was to talk about public engagement. Maybe Madam Varmaji, we can discuss this at some other time because already there were 66 slides and I have run really fast. Otherwise, I would spend a lot of time on each slide. I thought I give you some idea about the critique of smart city with an example. I'm sorry I couldn't talk about green infrastructure. We can do it some other time. That is possible. Yeah.
Aarti Nagpal is saying, can we
Enforce people's behavior aspect, lifestyle changes as a part of a municipal policy?
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, so what is the question? I haven't understood.
Actually, sir, I want to know about is there any policy under which people behavioral aspects have been considered as a part of energy saving for the smart community? Because nowadays we always talk about people's involvement, smart people for the smart community and smart cities. So is there any policy under which like we are enforcing people to take part into this system? There are policies like, okay, we have to use green infrastructure. Okay, but but it is the responsibility of the people also to behave sustainable in a sustainable manner to save the energy. So is there any policy under such like by which we can evaluate and quantify these aspects? Actually, I'm working on it and keen to
There
know
is
about
no such policy under at least the smart cities mission.
it. Okay,
And there
sir.
is a policy to change behavior, policy to do with health, to do with COVID-19, but
Yes,
we
sir.
never follow that. Policy change or behavioral change, one that happens over a long period of time. Second, it is a collaborative enterprise. You cannot ask poor people to change their behavior or change their lifestyle and do nothing or do very little from the side of the state. If intent of this program is very, very good, the policy is well written, but then this policy, when it is translated on the ground, then we exclude exactly those people who really need investments in their areas, who really need infrastructure. How do I change my behavior? I mean, what is the intent of the question? How do I change my behavior if my I have to go to Slum Shauchalaya and use public toilet where 20 other people are standing in a queue? Or how do I do if I have to pick up water from a public tap? Again, 20-30 people are queuing up in a line. यानी मैं टाई लगा के तो नहीं जा सकता हूँ वहाँ, ना ही मैं कुछ ऐसी बातें कर सकता हूँ जो पढ़े लिखे लोग करते हों. तो इसके लिए तो सरकार को ही कुछ करना पड़ेगा. You and I possibly cannot do much as a teacher, as a person who do research, which is my occupation. I earn through this. I can only provide a critique. I don't have that kind of money to spend to change behavior. And why should people change behavior in the first place? That behavior, I think, is very good. They are very enterprising. You and I possibly cannot live a day in that kind of situation. I hear sometimes that even scholars are produced by these places. People become IAS, people do MBBS and so on from these places itself. I think if anything that needs to be done is make huge investments in these areas to improve these areas. That would possibly encourage them to change. If you meant urban behavior, I don't agree with the idea itself that there is something urban behavior and there is something rural behavior. हम लोग गांव में, मैं गांव से आता हूँ by the way, गांव में हम कुछ अपने ही तरीके से लाइफ जीते हैं, मगर शहर में हम थोड़ा हो जाते हैं, अपना अर्बन एटीट्यूड होता है.
Yes, sir.
तो वो अर्बन एटीट्यूड की जरूरत नहीं है. वी नीड टू इफेक्टिवली इम्प्लीमेंट पॉलिसीज. Select slums as special project areas. These would be implemented if I have access to water in my house. If I have house, that is, then that would create change. That would change behavior. Perhaps that would lead to changing even behavior in regard to COVID-19. Because I would have space. There is no space. I have shown to you, there is no space at all. Their economic activity, their living space is one and the same thing.
It is very difficult to actually associate this concept with the slums, sir, because there's a lack of infrastructure. But if you are talking about technical infrastructure and infrastructure,
why not? When it comes to good things in life, why not associate with poor people also?
we should actually, we always talk about improvement of the infrastructure in slum areas.
My view is,
yes.
Arti, they are not surplus population. They are our citizens.
Yes, sir.
आप टीचर हैं तो मैं थोड़ा और बोल देता हूँ.
Yes.
भाई जो सब हमारे घरों में भाई आती है ना,
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
वो काम करना बड़ा डिफिकल्ट है और हम लोग कितना पे करते हैं उसको. मैं भी गिल्टी हूँ उसमें. करके देखिए, मैंने एक दिन करा था, मेरा कमर टूट गया. वो कोविड का जो पहले वाला राउंड था ना, मैं कहना ही फंस गया था उसमें. तो
last year I think everyone has tried this
with my son. So I was alone at home.
yes.
Now what to do? तो घर तो साफ करना पड़ेगा, वो चीजें इधर उधर हो जाती हैं. तो मैंने शुरू किया था, वो एक दिन किया था, 2 दिन बिस्तर से नहीं उठा. तो ये सारे सोचने वाली बातें हैं.
Yes, sir. These are these people are the support system to our communities, our cities. So we need to think about these people
when we think about smart cities.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your suggestion, sir.
Manoj, over to you. Lalit,
Sir,
Yes, sir.
sir, I would like to thank you for enlightening session with us and sharing your knowledge with us. The lecture was full of knowledge and very informative, but in my personal experiences that I'm having with you, I feel myself blessed to learn the way you sport all the images, lines from literature by giving due credit to the researchers, highlighting the important points, not only in the presentation, but the way like you provide notes to your students, and in these notes also you like critically analytical point notes also. So I noticed that also, and in this presentation also, this is learning for apart from the smart city that we are having, this is learning for all of the professors or academicians to provide such kind of support. So thank you very much for that learning also. It gives me like deep insight into the topic and also revealed some interesting fact about NDMC, specifically those 10,000 households. And that also with the new way of looking at smart cities where like public exclusion points were mentioned. And that was very surprising for me. And the democratic deficit in planning and management of smart cities, specifically center of India, and that also the highly talked about planned NDMC areas. So this was very knowledgeable for me also, and I learned a lot from you and all the participants also. I feel I might have learned a lot. Another important aspect of your presentation was the way you were hedging that by saying that don't know why, don't know for which regions, although you remain aware of the regions that why NDMC and all these people were doing such kind of things in Connaught Place and other areas. So I'm very thankful for the way you made your presentation and blessed us. So thank you very much, sir. Lalit sir, over to you.
It was very wonderful. As everyone knows, the 4 pillars of society are social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, institutional infrastructure, including governance and economic infrastructure. The center of this attention for each of these pillars is citizen. So you rightly point out the main crux of the smart city mission, that we should engage people's participation in this mission to be successful. Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Sir, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
I'll remain in contact with you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So now I can leave, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
To all the participants, this session, we are closing our this session now. We request you to kindly join at 1:50, and I request you to kindly make it sharp at 1:50, because our next speaker is Professor Uta Potgize from Germany. She'll be sharing international experiences and the way she communicates things, because she has been associated with others from 2012. Where I met her for the first time at Decrust only, and I followed her for like almost 15 days. I remained with her. So I request you all to kindly make it at 1:50. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
Start with your research topic and research area, please.
Yes. My research topic is about to know the impact on the various socio-economic groups in Haryana. I will come to it later time. So this study is about to knowing the impact of private sector urban development. We can connect it with smart city mission also. Smart city mission also having certain kind of a private development works which is happening. It can be correlated with this. The political, economic, social, and environment of this country contributes to what is happening currently in India, basically. The first Prime Minister of India having the policy that the country should have self-reliance, and the first Prime Minister has adopted the policy of import substitution at the time, and he has created many public sector undertakings, and we call them temples of modern India. And the growth rate primarily up till the 1980s was around 3.5% in the country, and the economy was stagnant. And some of the economists in the Delhi School of Economics says it is growing at a Hindu rate of growth. But there is nothing similarity between the economic growth and the Hindu growth rate. But both were gradually increasing at the rate of 3.5%. Then in 1980s, domestic liberalization happened in India, and we adopted some domestic liberalization in India, and the economy gradually increased from 3.5% to 5.6%. And after 1991, the economy started growing at pace of more than 5%, and liberalization policies happened. And the current policy of the current government is the government saying the government has no business to be in business. It means the IS officers who are handling the public sector undertakings are having no experience of how the entrepreneurs works and how the companies work, basically. Earlier, the philosophy was to be self-reliance. So in pre-economic liberalization, we have distrust toward the private sector. The economy was inward looking, and import substitution was the philosophy, self-reliance was the motive. In post-liberalization, we deregulate and deregulize many things, privatize of all sectors of economy, including except the 5 things which have kept under government control for defense, industrial, explosives, hazardous industries, liquor, cigarette, and the Indian goods needs to become globally competitive with global market, and integrated with global economy was the formula. To reduce government control, we deregulate the economy. The economy was extremely oriented and consumption-led. So the cities are producers and consumption of goods and services. government orientation was towards import substitution. And with the collapse of USSR, basically we were dependent on the USSR on many import and export, and our defense equipments were import from USSR. With the collapse of USSR, our inclination towards USA begins, and our philosophy of self-reliance was changed. The economic growth was 3.5% during 1947 to 1980s. In 1991, current account deficit was around $10 billion, which is about 3% of GDP. The budget deficit was around 10% of GDP, and inflation rate was over 12 and 13%. The foreign exchange reserves are only $1 billion, enough to finance only 2 weeks of import. So this was the scenario when we adopted the liberalization policy in India, economic liberalization. The urbanization rate was around 2.3%, and 83% of the population was rural, and huge influx of rural population into cities in search of employment, basically in industrial sector. This was the scenario of economic factors which has contributed to the private sector in Indian scenario. The cities contribute over 70% of our national GDP and cover only 6% of geographical area. So government need to invest in cities. So this is the FDI scenario. The FDI norms were relaxed in 2005. 100% FDI was allowed in housing and construction, and it started booming. And when the global recession came in 2008 onwards, it gradually declined also. The social sector also, there were changes in social norms and practices, consumption pattern, and the private sector will become more acceptable post-liberalization. This is the scenario of FDI flow in various major cities in the country: Mumbai, New Delhi, Bangalore. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, visible.
Okay. So this is the scenario of city planning practice in India. Pre-liberalization, we have a post-colonial development seeking all-round development. The national building and national development was the goal. The elected leaders, state bureaucrats, technical experts, and educated class were mainly who were making the plans. And post-liberalization scenario, it was growth-oriented development state, economic growth, and national spatial development and economic integration via infrastructure building and project investment was the philosophy. The state institutions, public agencies, entrepreneurs, real estate developers, investors, speculators, emerging middle class. We have around more than 500 million population of emergent middle class, neo middle class, which is demanding for better services in cities. That is why this smart city mission is happening. So in the spatial making systems, we have totally 4 types of plans which are happening in India. We have state-sponsored plans like regional plans, NCR plan, your master plans, and your sectoral plans like NHAI and DMIC corridor. The projects plan, which are where my thesis focus basically were the project plans of group housing and large townships, which were done by the real estate developers, investors, and other factors. The informal plans is basically you can say occupancy, urbanism, and other kind of a smaller intervention. If you convert your residential house into office illegally, and some encroachment in kind of a park, and you make some kind of a temple or any structure. So any kind of informal activity which is not there in the master plan, we do it. And these are called occupancy urbanism in kind of a municipal city. So private sector is basically making city plans, city master plans. In Punjab, you see the case of Mohali. There are many master plans which are made by Singapore agencies and ACOM and other consultants. In Rajasthan, also various master plans have been developed by private sector. We have private municipalities basically at 4 locations. We have at Jamshedpur, at Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. In Bengaluru, we have private city. Magar Patta city was developed by the Farmers Collaborative. It is also a private thing. Hyderabad, we have private municipality. Hyderabad is now part of Telangana. Smart city, publicly sponsored special purpose vehicle. So smart city proposals will be market-oriented urban reform agenda embedding technology solution into built environment. At the city level, we have resident welfare association, neighborhood security and development, and gentrification is the main purpose of these, and exclusion of low-income groups through, you can say, these kind of project. In Bangalore, we have Bangalore Agenda Task Force and Agenda for Bangalore Infrastructure Development Task Force, ABID, through which the elite class and elite group is basically perusal of their elite agenda through infrastructure provision, particularly roads and flyovers connecting to the city with periphery where IT and IT industry is located. In Hyderabad, there is a high-tech city, which is also perusal of elite agenda. In Mumbai, there are many slum development programs, which is done through Mukesh Mehta Architect and an alliance NGO. So basically, the domestic and the international factors bring new economic policy and new urban policy in India, which brings privatization, liberalization, acceleration of labor market, deregulation, relaxation of land use zoning, urban renewal, withdrawal of state from urban social policy, private sector in urban development, mega projects, and urban spectacles. So through JNNORM, privatization, liberalization of land and real estate market, repeal of Urban Land Ceiling Act, 100% FDI was allowed in housing and real estate. Trust was on infrastructure, governance, and large-scale mega projects happening in India. So this is the scenario of basically we have 4 phases. The first phase, the liberalization of Indian economy. Since 1991, the NRIs and person of Indian origin permitted to invest in real estate, establishment of private banks and National Housing Bank, and then phase 2, low interest rates regime was there. SEZ Act was enacted in 2005, opening of 100% FDI in housing in 2005, and JNNORM in 2005. Through JNNORM, Urban Land Ceiling Act was repealed, basically, to favor the developers. Minor relaxation in FDI norms mooted RERA, worsening tax regime with the implementation of service tax on commercial rents and under construction property. This was happened in the previous government regime, and in the current regime, there are real estate investment trust, housing for all in 2020, Smart Cities Mission Companies Act 2013 was mooted, and RERA was implemented in 2016, GST Act, Benami Transaction Provision Acts. So these are some of the latest development which have happening in India. So this is the process of development of a Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran, or erstwhile Hooda government sector development. The process starts with the implementation of Section 4 of the Punjab Scheduled Roads, through which we declare an area a controlled area. No construction is allowed without the permission of Town and Country Planning Department. The development plan is formulated under the Section 5 of this Punjab Scheduled Roads and Control Areas Act. And then the land acquisition is done through Land Acquisition Act, and the possession of land is done by the Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran. And after implementation of development, of possession is allotted to the roadies. The private sector works in a different way. Here the process is same. They purchase the land from the market, and there are many actors involved in that process. Basically, this is the model of Haryana and private sector model, and this is the area where my study lies. Basically, the high potential zone of Haryana. This is the process how grant of license is done for a residential plotted colony, and this is the process of grant of license for a group housing in Haryana. This is the ratio of private sector led urban development in Haryana, basically. So currently we have 34%, around 37,907 acres of land has been allotted to private sector, and around 73,061 acres is currently acquired by Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran, erstwhile Haryana Urban Development Authority. In Sonipat, it is almost similar. 3,531 so acres is acquired by the private developers. So my study area lies here basically. I want to know the impacts, what are the impacts, what is happening in this area. So this is the slide which shows various private development which is happening. The majority of thing is happening is in plotted development with 60% and 22% with residential group. There are some new intervention also, the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Awas Yojana and affordable housing also. This is the decadal-wise growth of license which has been granted. The red areas, the highlighted areas are the Congress regime basically, Bhajanlal and the Bhajanlal and Congress, Bansilal government, and then from 2003 to 2004 to 2014, we have Bhupinder Singh Huda's government. They have given around 24,926 acres of land to the private developers for development. So this is the scenario of various government regimes where most of the licenses are given. So somewhere in 2005, 100% FDI was allowed, and this stop, it goes on steep basically. So this is the area which I want to know the various impacts, what is happening in this area. So these are the selected villages, and in my research, it is found that the AWS housing is only 5% of the land area in terms of land, if you want to say, and 21% of the total plots which were allotted to various categories. This trend is similar with other developers also. Omax also 5% of land area. Asana City 6%. So these are the various developer projects. I quickly go to the slides. This is Ansel. So this is my theoretical framework. The domestic and international factors basically brings the economic reforms and decentralization in India. And the economic reforms of 1991 and Constitution 73rd and 74th Amendment of 1992 created necessary condition for power shifting and decentralization in Indian cities. This triggered the growth coalition theory. Business leaders, elected officials, government officers, and other elites collude to promote pro-business growth of a city, bringing outside investment in direct competition with other cities. The theory of Moloch of 1996 in United States, this theory is there. And Harvey Moloch's growth machine theory theorizes commodifying of place, where place is understood to be socially and economically valued land. So this brings the elite capture. The urban regime theory seeks to explain the relationship between elected officials and those individuals who influence their decision. Corporate regime promote growth and normally reflect the interest of the city's major corporations by neglecting the interest of the poor. We have been seen through the area which has been allocated to these categories, these distressed sections of the society. The elite capture is a form of corruption and discrimination whereby public resources are biased for the benefit of few individuals of superior social status. The elite capture is multidimensional in nature. So this impacts the livelihood, and this is the main focus of this. This is my framework. These are the variables which I've selected, and this is the model where I will be seeking this impact. This is the result outcome of these surveys, and I have done some analysis based on statistical methods, basically. So this was the talk, basically. Hope I have not bored you guys.
It was more of like academic study that we remain engaged in, and there are a lot of learnings that you might have been through, and because you're processing all the data and you're in a state where you can comment upon all these things. So we wish you best of luck for your doctoral research and completion of doctoral research for in such, and we wish you'll complete as soon as possible, and
Thank you, sir.
let it start to you.
Any participant have any
Any
question?
participant if want to something related to the topic that sir was talking about? And sir, don't know how many participants are actually connected to, but like I can ask certain questions, and
Yes, yes.
that is just for the sake of participants to learn about the process that we remain engaged in while selecting the variables or selecting the the parameters. So what was the process that you adopted for finalizing your variables and or the parameters that we again and will be highly like delighted to listen about the differences in the parameters and variables, because we keep on interchangingly using these parameters, variables. So we'll be very thankful to you if you'll please explain these to us.
Basically, variables can be measured basically. So whatever we should take as a variable. So if I take the, any person or any family has basically 5 capitals, which they have. I might have some physical assets with me. I can have some kind of a financial assets with me, or some kind of a natural asset, which is my homestead, land holding plot, residential plots, or agricultural land holding, or some kind of a livestock or other natural resources I have. I may have some kind of social connection. If I'm kind of a difficulty, I can connect with people, I can borrow money, or I can take help of my connections. So this is my social network. And the last one is the financial assets. So financial assets are your liquid assets. You have cash, you have jewelry. So basically 5 things we have. So to measure these 5 things, I have taken measurable data. So my last year income of that family was taken as one of the indicator for the to judge the financial soundability of that family. So likewise, kind of a homestead plots, I have residential plots area and residential land holding I have. So the study is basically about before event and after event. So what kind of change really happened before the event and after the event.
So like you are having variables which are like quantifiable, and then again there are some quantitative variables which are like sense of the relationship that you actually felt.
Yes.
So how did you measure all these things, and then bringing all these like measurable and non-measurable things at a single platform, and then trying to quantify and comment upon the overall gist of your work? So can you please elaborate that process?
Something can be measurable, like our income can be measurable, how much cash I have, how much.
Basically, that can be directly quantifiable, but
yes, quantify
that we are having.
About my feeling of fear, that what is the future of my kids, what is my future, and are you feeling unsafe, or the how the women see these kind of development when the land is acquired. Earlier, the occupation was agriculture for the majority of the family. And certainly the shock has happened. The shock is the private development, private investment. So whether some kind of a change has happened after the investment. So this is how.
I'm more, sir, just for the sake of benefits of the participant, what was the actual like translation of that qualitative thing, or the social connections that we are talking, we can just say that my connection with Lalit ji is very strong. So how did you basically quantified all those things and then brought it to, because like yesterday Professor R.K. Garg was telling.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to say same words. Like Professor Garg said, we take a Likert scale of say 5, say whether the participant or the observer, the respondent, which I am taking the survey, are highly agree to that fact that they have some kind of a connection. How many people they can trust in the village, how many people they can trust outside the village, any family member in the elected body of panchayat. So these kind of connection is there, which is going to help them.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Somebody else from participant, whosoever wants to know about the process of research that Professor Lalit is engaged in, or like the results that he is getting. They see, for the type of researches that we remain engaged in, most of the researches are social research, and they always remain debatable, because with the change in the, like, let's say Lalit sir is doing something on Sonipat, change the same data, change the location of the particular research from Sonipat to Panipat, the differences will be there and the results may vary.
Agreed.
So
Sir.
I would like to invite participants to say something if they're available. Snehaji, Aarti madam.
No comments.
No, Aarti remains there. Most of them remains there. They remain engaged in a lot of works also along with, but they remain there. Amisha.
Sir, I have a question, but it is little different. Actually, not matching with the exact topic what you are studying on. Actually, I know about like there are sub-regional plans of Haryana. So like it can be a case of Rohtak, it can be a case of Sonipat. So like you are studying in Sonipat, so and studying the urban development projects also over there. So have you found any data in like related to NCR funds and state development fund? So like there is a percentage dedicated for the state for the projects by the state and by the NCR fund. So what is the percentage right now? Like is it 75-25% or it is different now?
In any kind of a schemes, government.
We get the fund from NCR also for the
Yes,
project.
yes. There are many projects which have been done under the edges of the World Bank. If you see one of the project was done was building of state highway or major expressways, the connection of Rewadi with Jhajjar. So you see the KMP is coming, and I can connect, Sonipat is connected with Jhajjar, and then to Rewadi and other part of say. So there is a larger transportation plan which is happening under the NCR plan basically. So the fund is coming from NCR plan, and the main borrower is, of government of Haryana. There is a dedicated department, Haryana State and Bridges, Road and Bridges. So I want to say that whatever the land acquisition or some kind of intervention is happening of the World Bank projects, they have their own set protocols. They survey the social impact assessment of the impacted persons. So unka business have been affected, or their homestead land is being acquired, they are being relocated, or some kind of a how much impact has been done through this project, HSRDC, Haryana State Highways and Bridges, I'm saying. तो NCR के अंदर जो वर्ल्ड बैंक फंडेड जो प्रोजेक्ट्स है खासकर उनके अंदर इस तरह का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है जिसमें
it means there's the
It is
involvement of NCR to facilitate these type of projects in sub-regional and regional centers of Haryana, because the main goal of NCR policies is, the uniform distribution of the resources, and it is also related to the development also, like uniform development in NCR region. So I
Lalit.
think
I'll
that's
respond to Aarti's question. I'm sorry to interrupt, Aarti.
Yes,
no
yes.
problem.
The board presently provides approximate loan for 10 years tenure, and the project, the process of the particular submission of the project is, if let's say Haryana government or Rajasthan government or UP government or let's say Delhi government, because these three are directly, four are directly involved in
These are
NCR.
part of it.
Yeah, they're part of it. So they prepare a project for the districts of that particular state, and then after approving from their own state, they submit the project to NCR planning board. And after submitting that planning to the planning board, the NCR planning board basically provides the thing that you already quoted, the 25:75 ratio. So NCR planning board recommends that for funding, and the borrowing agency's contribution. The borrowing agency contribution is 25%. Basically, from if I'm submitting a project from Haryana, so Haryana government should submit, will provide 25% support, and the 75% of the project cost being support from the loan from NCR planning board.
Yes, yes.
And that loan is basically taken from World Bank or let's say the central government. So that is the process that we are having. And that
So initial
type of
payment
projects.
is, initial payment is 25% only.
Yeah, it is 25 and 75 only. Still now it is 25, 75.
Okay. Thank you.
Better details can be taken with the NCR planning board, which is there in the India Habitat Center.
No. It was just a question for the forum, so it was there. It was answered. Otherwise, the details remain available online, as well as the state funding agencies, which are already available. And because a lot of projects are being like nowadays funded through public participation, public-private partnership. So the let's say if Haryana state government is there, the loan will be provided to the service provider or the person who is engaged in the type of PPP project. So the loan will be provided to that particular agency from state government as well as from NCR planning board. So NCR planning board will arrange the loan. So that is the case.
Actually, I asked this question just to facilitate the urban finance, because yesterday we were talking about this factor for the implementation of any project we need it. If you're talking about proposals all the time and not talking about urban finance, then it's of no use. So we must know the process behind it, how to get the implementation, and what is the process for implementation of a project in Haryana at sub-regional level, at regional level. So we should be aware. Thanks for this question.
The cost is the amount of fund that they provide is very low, Aarti. It is approximately like, when last time I read, it was somewhere around 5 crore rupees. And that's way back in 2013, I feel I read about it while I was studying about the NCR planning board functioning and all these things. So it was 5 crore at that point of time. Now I'm not aware how much it has been updated to. So at that point of time, the 5 crore rupees was like for the sewerage, for road, for electricity provision for urban areas specifically. So they were providing that kind of funding.
Okay.
Anybody else, if he or she is having questions, we can ask Lalitji, or we'll take a break for half an hour and we'll join back at, let's say, 3:25. All the participants can remain there in the meeting. I'll just stop the recording. I hope, let's say, it's fine. 3:25.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sneh.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yes,
So
yes.
So 3:25 will join back. Well, most of the participants will remain there only. We'll join back at 3:25, and by the time we can like coordinate with our next speaker.
infrastructure of these cities has what has created this opportunity. Next. But there is a gap. The gap, as you see, is on the left side, you see funding. Funding primarily is happening from public sources, public funds. 70% of the funding right now is through public sources. And very little is happening on the private participation, private funding side of things. And that is what we are going to explore. The initiatives that are being taken for smart cities, they, with their infrastructure provision or their area-based planning or their pan-city solutions, there is a lot which the private sector can be a part of, because there are incremental gains which are being created in the real estate segment, right at the local level, at the regional level, and even at the national or maybe global level when we are talking of greenfield developments. Next. So the opportunities that we see or that we have witnessed over the past few years are can be classified under two heads. One are direct opportunities. Direct opportunities with what is happening in smart city initiative is improvement of urban fabric, improvement in physical infrastructure. That is directly related to appreciation of real estate pricing. That is coupled with the policy initiatives that local authorities are doing. That is creating a huge revenue potential for the government, the developers, and a state-of-the-art living experience and a working experience for the end users. Second component is a revamp of urban cores. Majority of these area-based developments are talking of established city center locations where they are talking of revamping of urban cores. Land is logged in these areas primarily, and there is a high propensity for monetization of such lands if those lands can be unlocked and when the value can be created. These lands can provide annuity and lump sum revenue, a sustainable model for creation of revenue for investment in smart city initiatives further and further on a sustainable ongoing basis. Third is creation of international level assets, marquee assets in tier 1 cities, such assets whose value runs in thousands of crores, and it creates a win-win situation for all stakeholders concerned. And the fourth is retrofitting of existing areas. When we say retrofitting of existing areas, we are talking of sewerage, we are talking of water supply, we are talking of electricity, we are talking of smart metering, we are talking of command and control centers, all governed through data. With this data and certain policy support from government, there has been demand for niche real estate asset classes, which was not really there earlier, but we see asset classes like data centers. They have a huge potential today. There is a huge demand today for this asset class to be positioned in various cities. Next set of opportunities are indirect opportunities. So we created connectivity. We are aimed at creating sustainability, quality of living, tourism. This again is leading to emergence of traditional and new asset classes. When we talk of traditional asset classes, there are hospitality developments, recreational developments. When we are talking of new asset classes, we are talking of co-living, co-working, senior living. Some of the policy provisions pertaining to GST has led to increase in the demand of graded warehouses. So overall, the universe of real estate opportunities which has gotten created or can be created is huge. And this basically gives a leverage that we create sustainable financial models to further propagate the smart city initiative, which we are not witnessing at the moment. We are witnessing primarily funding from the government bodies and not participation from the private sector as much. We are going to touch upon four initiatives, 4 or 5 initiatives which have happened in cities of India or international cities, which have led to significant increment or in value of revenue, as well as opportunity creation for all stakeholders. And these are the models from which we can draw parallels or learnings from, which can be implemented in smart cities wherever any of us are working in either of these initiatives, be it area-based or pan-city solutions. Next. Next. So this segment is talking of improvement in physical infrastructure. So physical infrastructure, one single initiative, it can be a road, it can be a metro, and we know these are happening all across cities. The road corridors are being built, BRT corridors are being built, metro is being envisaged. So one single initiative, how it affects price appreciation, and coupled with policy level changes, how it brings incremental plus additional revenue for all concerned, be it the development body, be it the developers who are participating from private initiative, and be it the consumer or end user. Go next. So many of you would be familiar with Gurgaon city. There were two initiatives which happened over a period of 6-7 years. One was this metro link corridor, which was called Rapid Metro. This happened along Golf Course Road and creating a loop to the Cyber City area and further extending to Golf Course Road. And the second was a signal-free corridor being created. That's simply a road with underpasses so that there is no signal being created. And this was being created by a private developer. They have a lot of developments in this particular corridor. So they wanted these developments to be premium and the occupiers of these developments to have hassle-free movements across financial asset classes. So they were not just talking of, or they were not just envisaging for HNIs, high net worth individuals, and ultra HNIs. They were also talking of people who were going through metro. So they connected their rapid metro to the Delhi metro's corridor and connected this corridor. This corridor is about a 10-kilometer corridor. This was a small initiative that was taken, and it got coupled by a policy of redensification of this corridor by the development authority, which is called a transit-oriented development policy, where they give a higher FAR. So two things were observed. One, when this corridor was announced and developed and completed, across this timeline, you would see quantum jumps in the rental and the land pricing trends. I'm sorry. So we were seeing between 20-25% to 10-15%, and these were the kind of increments which happened in the rental. There were increments in the land value, and because of the redensification FAR that was allowed, there was an additional development potential created of maybe to the tune of 60 to 70 million square feet, which is huge in terms of revenue potential for the authority, in terms of what they will charge for this development, for the developer who will earn revenue from this development, and for the end user, because they are getting a high level of quality living in this particular corridor, where their workspace and their living space would hardly be a 15 minutes through either mode of transport. And this development is happening, this kind of development is happening across cities. And this is the kind of value capture in different terms or different increments can be achieved in all cities. Go next.
Just to add on this, post the success of these infrastructure initiatives, there were also proposals of making golf course extension, this stretch also signal free. And the funding for that will be collected through the EDC and IDC charges that were applied. So, but because of COVID situation, currently this is on hold, but going forward, these through private participation, this corridor is also proposed to be developed as a signal-free corridor, which will again increase the overall RE value in this stretch as well.
And the whole idea of this is that this 10-kilometer road is a very small thing, and a 10-kilometer metro link is a smaller initiative in the larger scheme of smart city initiative or smart city program. What we feel is, if right opportunities of such nature in the right corridors are planned, they can give sustainable financial models for reinvestment of revenue in the smart city program. So next. Second is revamp of urban cores. Now in all cities, there is an area-based development program where a certain area ranging from say 20-30 square kilometer to larger areas are being developed. These are in city cores. We are just highlighting one single development like this, and there are many. So something is being done in Delhi Chandni Chowk by a developer, where they unlocked a beautiful piece of land, got it connected with metro connectivity, and developing a retail hub in Chandni Chowk, which is one of the prime most retail destinations of Delhi, with the biggest trading volumes in the city. Similar kind of development probably happened in Chennai, where the T Nagar upgradation initiative was happening. And now, at least in 100 cities, we know we are talking of doing an area-based development program, and we are talking of urban core regeneration. We are picking a very small project just to showcase what kind of potential it creates. These urban cores are characterized by poor built fabric, poor infrastructure, accessibility issues, but these are one of the best connected areas of the city. They are located in the prime city centers with one of the highest land values available. They have very high revenue potential and potential for creation of assets which can give revenue today and which can be sustainable rental revenue, annuity revenue models for times immemorial. You develop a good quality asset, you rent it, you have annuity earnings for maintenance of the smart city initiative, for investing in newer initiative. And success of these projects depends on private participation, private funding, because private sector would be able to create the kind of infrastructure, the kind of development which would be required for these particular areas. Go next. So this is, go back one slide. This is what is the Bhendi Bazaar redevelopment program under the cluster policy. These are not necessarily smart city initiatives. These are just parallels to draw from. This was done by Saifi Burhani Trust. These were all G+5, G+6 kind of older developments. And the project was envisaged to be what you see as the picture on the right. And the project has achieved certain stages of completion. Go next. So under the cluster redevelopment policy, this was envisaged by Saifi Burhani Trust. It's a small project. It's not, we are not talking of hundreds of acres. It's a 16-acre project in South Bombay. The only internal advantage which this project had was that this part of Bombay has very high real estate values. And that is true for all city cores. Whether we are talking Amritsar, whether we are talking Bhopal, whether we are talking Jaipur, the city core areas have high values. And this land parcel was redeveloped, taking into consideration all the original inhabitants and redeveloping them under redeveloping this whole development by managing their stays and their tenancy needs during that period under this policy with a higher FAR to create grade A assets. Go next. So these were the initial plots, and what they achieved in terms of redeveloped asset was 43 lakh square feet on a 16-acre parcel. There is a development cost of about 4,000 crores which the trust put in, but see the value creation that got created. The prime residential development which was developed commands a value of 30,000 rupees a square feet today. The prime retail development that was created commands a rate of 60,000 to 1.5 lakh rupees per square feet today. This is huge value in terms of every component, whether it is rental, whether it is stamp duty registration, whether it is resale, every stakeholder in this story is a winner. And that is where the value creation we say is learning from such case studies, that this is what we can replicate. This can be replicated in tier 1 cities. This can be replicated in tier 2 cities, across asset classes. If such land, prime land, can get unlocked, we can create private sector participation and can unlock value for all stakeholders. Go next. This though there is huge earning in this kind of initiatives, there are a lot of challenges also, because all of these are older establishments. There are multiple landowners. Those have to be managed. Capacity upgradation in infrastructure. I'm talking of a project in Chandni Chowk. There is very infrastructure may not be the kind of infrastructure you would want. Somebody needs to travel there, will face a lot of challenges. So the metro provided connectivity. Then transit needs of the people who are affected, managing their tenancy or their stays during the development period, ensuring that the approvals do not become complicated. These are complicated developments, so ensuring approvals do not get complicated, managing the original inhabitants, tenants, and their satisfaction. So in all the cities where area-based or urban core developments are happening, where such land parcels need to be unlocked, these challenges are well known, but there are huge benefits can be reaped, and a lot of private investment which can be roped in, which can really give a booster to the smart city program in terms of investment and revenue. Next. This is in the context of where greenfield initiatives are being planned, real estate initiatives are being undertaken. These are larger gestation projects. These projects are not where we create value potential in 2 or 3 years. These are like 10, 15, 20-year kind of gestation projects. And that is why a graded revenue earning and investment plan is required for each of these cities, where we say, okay, in the short term, we will do this, which will create revenue. In the medium term, we'll do this. For the greenfield initiatives, we will have a long-term investment plan by creating NVT revenue buckets. Gunjan shall take you through this section, and I'll contribute where required in it.
Thank you, sir. Hi, everyone. So as Gaurav sir has mentioned, these are very large scale developments ranging from 100 acres to thousands of acres of land, where a whole new setup is being created. So these are marquee assets which with all the state-of-art infrastructure facilities, grade A buildings. ICT is a core to such cities where data integration is happening. There are a lot of incentives for foreign investors because these are very large projects and funding at a national level might not be possible. Then these also have a very large strategic partnerships in terms of partnership with companies, software companies, financial institutions, educational institutions, etc. So in India, as we all know that Gift City is one of such development. But here we will be talking about one of the international developments in Malaysia, because it has already seen the journey of more than 20 years and it is now considered as one of the sought after destination. So this kind of journey can also be witnessed by a lot of greenfield cities that are coming up in India as well, which can create multiple opportunities for real estate. So this is a greenfield city that was created in Malaysia. This is called Cyberjaya. It is located around 30 kilometers away from Kuala Lumpur. That is the capital city, the key hub of the country. And it is one of the most sought after office as well as data center locations of the country. So if you can see in this slide, so here is Kuala Lumpur, and this is basically an urban agglomeration with more than 11 million people. Cyberjaya is just located next to it, near to the airport. It is basically a tech hub that was created. I am sure that many of you might be aware about the planning aspects of this particular region, but here I'll be talking more from a real estate point of view. So this is basically the overall plan of Cyberjaya. It was developed as a part of MSC corridor that they call Multimedia Super Corridor, and Cyberjaya is the nucleus of that corridor, the main key region. So this city was kind of a special economic zone with all the incentives for foreign investors in terms of income tax exemptions. It also has a ready infrastructure in terms of power supply, ICT connectivity, cooling, everything. And you'll be surprised that this alone development of around 7,000 acres has contributed to the overall GDP to Malaysia to the tune of 5% in 2013. And if we convert this to Indian numbers, so it is approximately 1% of GDP, India's GDP in 2013. So this is the kind of quantum or revenue that such kind of greenfield cities can create. So this was started around the 90s, and today it is becoming one of the prime locations in Malaysia, although it is located at the fringe of Kuala Lumpur region, but still due to a lot of advantage, many companies are coming up and setting up their offices there. So if we see the journey, if we see the key highlights of this particular region, you can see that there are more than 40,000 workers that are working here. It has got more than 400 companies that are MSC certified. It is also supporting 900 other businesses also. And more than 90% of co-location data centers of Malaysia are located in Cyberjaya. And a lot more are coming up because of the kind of facilities it is giving. The average occupancy rates in this particular geography is for commercial offices is around 70 to 80%, despite of the humongous supply that it is witnessing. Major development in Klang Valley is happening in this particular area only. And in 2019, you can see that it has generated a revenue of around 41,000 crore. So if we can correlate with the greenfield cities that are coming up in India, like Gift City or Naya Raipur, so once they have got all the partnerships and during course of time, I'm sure that these cities will also have the potential to generate such amount of revenue.
So good, Kunjan, that you mentioned Gift City and Naya Raipur, and there'll be a lot of questions from this forum. Because see, the development and planning, we are slightly transgressing or digressing from the topic, but development and planning of these cities require inherent considerations of the workforce. That is the first and the biggest factor when we plan or when we talk of the city. As Dr. Manoj earlier mentioned, we are in the business of doing a lot of these commercial office leasing and retail leasing. When we on a smaller scale, this is a huge scale, 7,000 acres. On a smaller scale, what Kunjan mentioned in terms of occupancy rates or vacancy rates, many of you would be aware of Cyber City, large development, millions of square feet, only 3% vacancy, constantly increase rental pricing, and a very well saturated development. But it is supported by the workforce which is available in NCR well-educated workforce, which is supporting the incoming of these organizations, offices, IT, tech, BFSI. It is being supported by that workforce. So while we plan such large initiatives, real estate is typically 7th or 8th consideration. The top considerations are the population profile, the human resource talent pool, the infrastructure, connectivity, accessibility, the incentives and operating cost, and real estate comes probably 6th or 7th in the consideration. And if the consideration of these parameters, that order gets changed, then the gestation period of success of such initiatives gets longer. And it also, to a very high order, requires the right partnerships to bring in the good organization. So you know, all the airports in India have large land banks with it being developed. Many 7,000 acres still is a considerable size. We know many developers who have land holding of 5,000 acres, 10,000 acres, larger land holdings, larger townships, SEZ, industry-based townships, sports-based townships, but they are not getting that momentum. That momentum requires the right consideration of parameters. This particular example showcases why we were just next to the most established city, the most well-doing city with the right talent pool, with the right educational institutions. That city had paucity of land and could not provide this world-class infrastructure. Hence, a counter center was created, which provided that world-class infrastructure with the right partnerships with organizations, right incentives, and the right talent pool. Then also, it took a 20-year journey to get to, for them to get to this 40,000 crores. And just one such hub can provide 5% of GDP of that country. And look at the potential that we have of creation of such hubs in what we are doing in our smart city programs, where we are talking of some new initiatives in terms of new areas to be developed. We are not talking of a complete city, but there are propositions of developing 50 acres, developing 100 acres, but the planning of those particular initiatives need to be done in a way by all of us involved in this particular program in one way or the other to create success stories like these.
In fact, the developer for this particular area, which was Cyberview, initially it was a landowner, and today it is kind of playing the role of a cyber city manager, which is not only a developer, but they are also facilitating a lot of partnership and technology integration so that a cohesive environment can be created for such kind of development. That is one of the key success factors of such kind of developments in these regions. So now, as Gaurav sir has mentioned, that smart cities are also generating demand for new type of asset classes, be it senior living, be it co-living, co-working, data centers, and other asset classes. This is primarily because the smart city is giving a better and accessible living options. They are also, the smart city also give you ready to use and equipped workplaces. Then in all these cities, the participation of e-commerce and digital penetration is increasing. Data mapping, management, and analytics is being focused by all of the state governments. They are focusing on data collection, storage, and then using it and mapping it for the betterment of the city. So this particular area has created humongous demand for data centers in all geographies in India. Another factor that has led to the demand for this kind of asset class is because of the data policy that has been created by Government of India to store India's data within India and not to store it outside the country. So we have seen within last 1 to 2 years, a lot of data center companies are coming to India and setting up their offices here. So basically, data center is a kind of a specialized real estate class. I will talk about in detail how what is the kind of demand it is generating and what kind of potential it has. So
just to put it in perspective, Gunjan, so this is what smart city envisages. Smart city envisages accessible municipal services on your app through data. It envisages monitoring of physical infrastructure, all those smart metering, etc., through a command and control center. It envisages e-commerce. It envisages digital penetration. These are the features which they envisage and they aim for. How far they have achieved it is still, there is time to achieve that. It's been 2-3 years we have been doing this, but ultimately smart city is envisaging the users or citizens of the city to have large access to data and assess performance of municipal services ready on their hand at all given times. Now, what this involves is in terms of data, there'll be a lot of data networking which will happen in all of these areas wherever you see your vehicles, mobility platforms, video cameras, buildings, street furniture, environment IoT sensors. All of these are using data, and this data needs to be stored somewhere. This data was earlier stored outside of India. It was typically stored at locations where real estate cost is low. It will be stored in offshore locations. But over the past some time, Government of India said that our data should be in our country because of cybersecurity. It should not be out of India. So if Google is storing your Gmail data out of India, now they are saying, no, you have to store it in India. This on one hand, Smart City was envisaging to do a lot of data work, and Government of India policy coupled it with storing data in India. That created demand of this asset class. This asset class did not have any demand probably 24 months back in a large quantum, but now it is a huge demand. There'll be 8-10 players looking out for data center options, land options, and development options across Indian cities. Yeah, good.
So we have seen in a lot of cities that big data and how data storage and analysis in smart cities, it is also creating opportunities for real estate as well. For example, if data storage and management at a single location, it will avoid paperwork and ultimately it will improve the efficiency of the public services. That can give an opportunity to the governments to reduce taxes, maybe property tax, stamp duties. So it can ultimately improve the RE potential of that particular city. The second other opportunity is data mapping and digitization. So as we all know, a lot of digitization processes are going in India in terms of either mapping, the city mapping, or the asset mapping, or the land digitization. So earlier there were a lot of areas where government was not able to get the revenue because the data was not there or the assets were not mapped. So once this is mapped and put in the data set, once these are mapped and recorded, then a better and efficient revenue collection can happen that can lead to more effective local services by the state governments. The third thing is the data analysis. So one example is a transportation facilities, the data analysis of how people are using metro or how the roads are being used, or where are the traffic densities, how the traffic is moving. So once that analysis is there, so government can take a better judgment in terms of creation of infrastructure and make the transit flow more smooth. That will again give better connectivity to the outer areas, and it will ultimately give appreciation in the overall real estate values in the peripheries of the city. So we'll just give a brief about data centers because it's a new asset class and it is coming up in India at a very large scale. So we'll just give you a perspective. What is the data center? What is the demand there? And how it is being currently operated in India. So basically, data center is a facility that holds, that is basically a center for data. So you can call it as a coherent integration between IT and real estate. It's a kind of specialized real estate that has mainly three parts of infrastructure. One is data, another is power, and another is cooling. So all the data centers, because they have IT racks, server racks, so they consume a lot of power and a lot of cooling or demand is also there. So usually all these data centers, they also have a renewable energy plant nearby where they can, where the energy needs can be met through renewable energy. So so in all these data centers, there is a rating given. So the more renewable energy you consume, the better rating you will get, and a higher rated data center is usually more preferred by your companies like Microsoft, Amazon, SAP, where these are large multinational companies where they have their standards for data storage. So if we see in India, India is likely to witness a market of around $8 billion, 8 billion investment in this particular asset class. So there are two aspects where the investment is going to happen. One is in the tier metro cities like Hyderabad, Mumbai, Chennai, which are connected via submarine cables, where the data connectivity is there, and a lot of demand is there because of kind of IT setup they have and the fintech sector that is present. So these cities are likely to get a lot of hyperscalers. When I say hyperscaler data center, they are very large data centers, ranging from 60-70,000 square feet to around 2 lakh square feet. And mostly these are high rated data center with when called tier 3, tier 4, with very high power capacity to the tune of 20 megawatts to, they can go up to 50 megawatts also. So typically these kind of data centers will occupy a land area of ranging from 2 acres to 10 acres. So you can see the type of demand that is being created. More than 10 players are currently looking for options in India. And you can see that in each of these cities, they are looking for around 10-acre land parcels. So a huge demand potential for these data centers in metro cities. When we talk about smaller data centers, we talk about edge data centers. So for these edge center setters, there is a huge demand in tier 1, tier 2 cities like in which where there is an increase in 5G connectivity, and the cities which are smart cities, and government is focusing the data management as well as analysis. So in such areas, around 15 to 30,000 square feet data center demand is coming up. And going forward with 5G connectivity and increase in digital penetration, this demand is going to increase further many times. So that is a new asset class that is being created. So if we see the current scenario of data center, you can see that maximum supply is coming in, maximum supply is there in Mumbai, Chennai and Bangalore. NCR, of course, it has because majority of the supply is located in Noida because of the kind of policies that government has offered for data center. The UP government has a very detailed and a comprehensive policy for data centers. If you see the existing supply, there are around 126 third-party co-location data centers. Third-party co-location, it's like, you can say it's like a co-working space where I have made an office and people can come and take seat on lease or rent for monthly or maybe annual basis and do their work. Similarly, a co-location data center is kind of a space with full IT infrastructure, where companies can come and either put their servers or they can take servers on rent and store their data. So this is the kind of data centers that are mushrooming in the country. Around 7.5 million square feet of total area currently we have, and it is going to increase to up to 16 million square feet. The power requirement that is going to come will be around 1400 megawatts. So you can see the kind of power requirement that this asset class is going to have. That is also paving a way for the renewable energy industry. So all these data companies, they have their own renewable energy teams also that they work on creation of renewable energy, so that the power, the OPEX is reduced. So these are the 12 major players. These are the co-location major players that are there in the country. So we have Control-S, which is one of the largest player in the country. Then Reliance, because of its geo. So all these telco providers, be it Reliance, Airtel, they also have their own data centers for the management of their data. Then there are some international players also, like STT Global, Yota. Then Amazon is coming big time in India. Microsoft has also announced their plans of large investment in this particular asset class. So this is the operating models of data center. We'll just briefly tell you about that, so that everybody can understand what kind of operating models are there in this industry. So one is the captive model that I have just mentioned. So for example, Reliance is coming up with a large data center of its own. So it will not share that data center with anyone. So it will have all the Reliance Geo data stored there, managed there. Then the other model is the hosting model that I have just told you, the co-location data center, where you have a building ready with all the infrastructure and it is ready to host your data. So all these Amazon, Microsoft, they have their captive data centers also, and also they host their data on the cloud, which is being hosted in this co-location data centers. So then there can be different models of real estate, because ultimately it's a real estate asset class. So how it can be operated. So it can be there is a landlord who has a land. An investor will come and do a BTS facility, that is built to suit facility, and then they can use that. Other model is the co-location model, where you have a developer and that has created a building, and you can come and take it on their rent or put your servers. Then the third class is managed hosting models. Here in addition to your developer, in addition to acting as a developer, the developer is also giving you some cloud services. For example, a co-working facility where we work, where you have come and taken a space. In addition to that, you are also getting hospitality services in terms of hospital housekeeping services, hospitality services, and other services. So you don't need to do anything. Everything is being taken care of. So such kind of data centers are managed hosting models. So just to conclude about this particular section, so we can see how the smart cities and the policy initiatives by the government has created a huge demand for a whole new asset class in India, and that is growing at a very large scale. It is not only going to fuel the demand for other associated asset classes, but it is also going to generate a huge amount of employment generation in IT sector, in construction sector, as well as energy sector. So this was all about data centers.
So this last section was a little technical, but the theme of the presentation or the narrative remains the same. What we are saying is that in the Smart City program, the initiative which all of us may be associated or working on in some way, majority funding is right now from the public sector. There is little which is happening, or not much, not in a huge scale, which is happening from the private sector. So there are two requirements for a robust way forward, wherein private sector is, these initiatives are made lucrative enough for private sector to participate, and sustainable funding models get created in terms of lump sum revenue for new projects and annuity revenue for sustainability of what has been created. Now we touched upon 4 things: whether it is a small road or a metro link, how value creation can be done; whether it is a land which is unlocked under area-based development, how value creation can be done; and value creation for government, for developer, and for end user. If it is a new initiative in and around the city, there are ways and means of making that new initiative robust and creating value creation, and clear understanding of what is the downstream effect of this initiative, which new asset classes are emerging, how we can tap these new asset classes to bring in investment and create value creation for the smart city program. There are a lot of opportunities which are being created. Gunjan talked of, I think, 10 players looking for 2, 3 to 10 acres in probably 10, 15 cities. We are talking of 2,000, 3,000 acres, which these guys wish to acquire and then develop data center and then create their sustainable energy, renewable energy kind of setups there. This is a huge demand, and this is all happening because of this initiative, and hence understanding clearly what are my direct opportunities, what are my indirect opportunities, how we can unlock value, how we can lure the private sector to participate, and ultimately create 3 revenue buckets. One is revenue for new projects, second is revenue for sustainability of the old projects, and third is revenue which benefits the citizen, the developer or the promoter, and the government body. So this is the summation or the narrative theme of this entire presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions if you may have.
Thank you very much, Gaurav-ji and Gunjan-ji, for establishing the synergy that real estate and smart cities are requiring nowadays, and the demand created by announcement of smart cities. With the rise in the real estate and metro cities, we are facing some certain kind of challenges and that have been very well put forward in the form of opportunities by you, which were in the form of funding from the private sector, or like the new asset development, which are basically in the form of data centers or old housing, or basically senior housing. But along with this, like I would like to add certain things, like one example that you put forward was Marq in Thailand, most probably. Yeah. So with that, workforce management was or the requirement was a bit high. Another example that Indian scenario, Magarpata city is existing, where the existing people, they participate and developed in a beautiful campus, and they are managing everything. So that was one for Indian scenario. The more on that you put forward to us was like direct and indirect opportunities, which were in the form of unlocking the land which is lying within the city, the core of the city. And to quote the Death and Life of American Cities by Jane Jacob, which was a critique of 1950s planning techniques, aren't we like heading towards the same model that he want? Because most of us are like following the models which developed countries have already gone through. So aren't we following the similar kind of model that we are developing the core of the city, although there is a huge requirement with the development of these data centers and the data that we are generating in terms of big data. So it is a requirement, but aren't we going to the same direction that Jane Jacob warned in 1950s?
So ultimately, what do we call smart? So for us, the aspiration may be to look at certain Western cities. But what is smart? What is smart is those access of citizens to the right services, right infrastructure, clean air, clean water, to my mind, in our cities, this would be the definition of smart. If we are talking of Gurgaon, where majority of the development is privately led, and we lack basic services in terms of sewerage, stormwater, what would be smart? In heavy rainfalls, the basements get waterlogged and the cars get destroyed. For them, for citizens of Gurgaon, what would be smart? Or citizens of Delhi, what would be smart? Our smart definition changes for the level of services we are providing at present and the aspirational level of services which we are looking at in future. The urban cores were designed for a different era. They were designed for an era of kings, for a transport mechanism of horses and elephants. We are living in a different period. These are old structures. These have gone through generations of change, and there is a requirement of upgradation of infrastructure. Nobody denies that. All we are saying is, yes, we have a program, beautiful program, envisaged, a lot of effort, time has gone by the government, gone by consultants, private sector, who are focused at looking at this program and saying, okay, yes, we should make it a success. All that we are saying is the government has looked at putting in a seed capital for this program. That seed capital is not enough. That seed capital will be required to be buttressed by private wealth. And private wealth will come by identifying the right set of opportunities. The requirement of services, facilities, infrastructure, real estate, all that is aspirational. That is where we aspire to be. Probably 6 months back, we were all wondering what is happening to Delhi Air. For us, smart Delhi would be to breathe in clean air. It affects everybody. It is not the poor or the rich which can have access to clean air. It is affecting all classes of people. Hence, for us, when we do when we prepared those smart city proposals, these surveys were done among citizens, and I think all the proposals had certain underlying basic amenities which the citizens voted that we want for our city to be smart. There were certain aspirational amenities which may vary from city to city for the citizens to understand and say, okay, this is something we would want in a vibrant, dynamic, smart city of our own. And certain solutions were suggested by the city of civic authorities. We are saying, yes, this framework is absolutely correct. We are moving in the right direction. But as the planners witnessed abroad during different decades, as the planners are witnessing today in India, this beautiful initiative needs to be buttressed with the right financing. And there are projects being conceived by many of you or being worked upon by many of us in this forum. If we understand these projects in the right perspective, we can create revenue streams for sustenance of this project, for creation of new infrastructure and sustenance of old infrastructure through private initiative.
This session is open for discussion for the participants also. You all are requested to kindly raise your questions, if any, and discuss and kindly fetch the opportunity to discuss with the expert that we are having, who is having a wide experience in the field of real estate. Sir, by the time somebody asks a question, although it should have been a paid advice from you, I would like to have a free advice. Like with the rise in the real estate cost in metropolitan cities, where we are choking with the environmental issues, which cities do you see as future from the perspective of future Indian real estate thing? And what are the factors which you pick while deciding these specific cities?
So our definition differs from the definition of Government of India of when we say tier 1 or tier 2 cities. Government of India classifies them with population and urban or municipal governance model, that this is the classification of cities. We classify them by the real estate activity happening on those cities. So if we say the top cities of Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, we map the kind of real estate activity which is happening in terms of residential, commercial, retail, hospitality, industrial warehousing. What is the level of activity? How much supply is coming? How much is happening? So all of us understand there are 6-7 cities which are the grade A tier 1 cities, and there would be a pool of about 30-40 cities which are tier 2 cities. What we see going forward, as you asked Dr. Manoj, is that lot of initiatives are being planned or are in process already, which have been done by states and Government of India through increasing or positioning the right infrastructure and connectivity from the bigger cities to tier 2. For example, one initiative would be regional rapid rail transit. So it is connecting Delhi within 1 hour or 45 minutes of travel time to cities of, say, Meerut, Alwar, Panipat. Then there is initiatives of bullet corridors. So Delhi to Patna is one bullet corridor. Then Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad is another bullet corridor. Then there are initiatives of, say, this AKIC or DMICDC, where these are industrial corridors. What we see going forward is that these cities will continue to grow because of the economies of scale and the employment opportunities and the quality of real estate which they provide, like Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, Hyderabad. But also there'll be rise of the real estate pricing as well as employment opportunities in cities which are getting connected through these initiatives with these larger cities to create larger urban agglomerations. For example, Delhi, Jaipur, Delhi, Meerut, Delhi, Panipat, Delhi, Alwar. These cities will get spin-off benefits of these. And while the 6-7 will be at the top of the hierarchy, the 30-40 will also be coming closer.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for the free suggestion that I will look forward to invest in.
No, absolutely.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Gunjans, for this value addition. I want to just ask about the IDC and EDC charges. Like all the builders or developers have to pay the same, pay to the government at the same rate of, with the same rate to the government, but they charge at different rates to the to the buyers. Like we people are not about IDC charge, how they are calculated, and there is great confusion. So is there any check for common people to understand what are these charges and how they have to calculate it?
EDC, IDC are stipulated charges by all development authorities wherever they are applicable. These charges are typically for the authority to develop the set of infrastructure in terms of roads, electrical lines, telephone lines, etc., etc.
Yes.
Sewerage. So these are stipulated charges by authority prescribed in their geos. They can be checked in those geos. Having said that, the developers charge post RERA on carpet. There is a mix right now. Some are also on super, but they charge a base rate, and on that they charge certain plus, which will be your EDC, IDC, PLC, parking, or some other charges. Those EDC, IDC can always be checked from the geo, and it can be brought to the notice. But ultimately, the price point of a particular catchment, depending on the homogeneity of real estate, is sort of a box price. You can always check what is the resale rate, what is the resale rate box price, and how it is comparing to the new inventory being offered by any developer. That resale rate should be the guiding factor for the box price of the new development. So that base rate plus should somewhere be comparable to the box rate of resale.
Sir, like if we they check the circle rate and all these charges for Dwarka Expressway and for Golf Course Road, these charges are same. Why it is so, sir?
These are two different authorities. One is DDA, one is Gurgaon Development Authority. Golf Course Road is Gurgaon, Dwarka is Delhi. So the circle rate, I am not sure whether
I am talking about the portion within Gurgaon, sir.
Acha, you Dwarka Expressway, that is NPR.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes. So what was your question? The circle rates are same.
Yes, sir.
So what is the question in this?
So why it is so, sir? Like this expressway is under construction, like it is developing area, and Golf Course Road already has developed.
Oh, that's
so there's
that government's way of putting certain charges. So when you define circle rate, government have their own valuers, assess the rate, give a grading to a particular area, and then decide the circle rate, and that circle rate is increased incrementally over a period of time. If you see Dwarka Expressway and Golf Course Extension Road came, then those were both similar corridors. There were only 3 corridors at that time in Gurgaon, which were NH, MG Road, and Golf Course Road, which was developing. So extension and NPR, through their U-shaped connectivity, were both envisaged to be similar corridors. Because Dwarka Expressway land acquisition was an issue, and Dwarka Expressway was not getting completed with its connectivity to the airport and UER. That is why Dwarka Expressway rates dipped, and the Golf Course Extension rate got increased, because Golf Course Road received a very good response for grade A commercial development and residential development, wherein large developers developed high quality residential. You see Aralias, Magnolias, Camellias, Crest, Park Place, so many developments. Then Golf Course Road was the one which got the metro link. Golf Course Road was the one which got the signal free corridor. This was all through private initiative, which was DLF, and some of these larger developers were doing it. Because the infrastructure improved, the prices increased. The circle rates remained the same, and hence spin-off effect came on Golf Course Extension. So Golf Course Extension Road, the prices increased, circle rates remained the same, whereas the expectation from industry players was that NPR or Dwarka Expressway rates will be much higher because of its proximity to the airport. But that got hindered by the acquisition of land. And to my knowledge, that acquisition is also now complete, and that corridor will get completed soon. And you would see what is the arbitrage of NPR over SPR, that is Extension Road and Dwarka Expressway. Dwarka Expressway, if average price points are today 5,000 to 6,000, Extension Road has present price points between 8,000 to 12,000. That is the arbitrage. That is what NPR will gain in times to come. 100% appreciation is what it is bound to gain in times to come, with the connectivity getting closed with the UER2 and airport. So circle rate, when they were envisaged, they were similar. Because of the development dynamics, one area got increased and another area got subdued. I can give you an example. So for example, in Delhi also, the circle rates were graded: grade A colony, grade B colony, grade C colony. Now, the authority was moving in one direction, market was moving in another direction. For example, New Friends Colony or certain colonies in South Delhi, they are grade A colonies. Grade A colony circle rate would be 7.5 lakh square feet per square feet. But the trading rate in that market is 4 lakh rupees a square feet. No transactions are happening. So circle rate is not the right parameter to check. It is a reference parameter. We can check it, but the development dynamics, box prices of surrounding real estate is the right parameter to benchmark.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, one more question. Can we consider work from home as an asset?
As an asset in the sense?
Like, sir, directly, indirectly, it like impact various parameters like happiness index. Like people are spending more time with family. Congestion on road has reduced. Like pandemic, we can take as an opportunity.
But ma'am,
So can we?
sorry to interrupt you. वो जो आपने point बोला ना, spend more time with family is not possible right now, basically, because इस time हम ज़्यादा busy हो जाते हैं. Right now,
Busy तो हो जाते हैं, but there are other
doing
parameters also, sir.
like we are doing the same
congestion,
two things in the same time. कि हम दो काम इस समय भी कर रहे हैं.
Yes, that thing we have to manage actually.
No. ये भी तो ma'am.
Yes. But the traffic on road is like congestion on road has reduced, and there are other parameters.
Congestion
like,
on my mind is increase basically. जो है ना वो ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है. पहले क्या था कि मुझे बस जाना है और लेक्चर डिलीवर करना है, then get back to my home. But right now एक साथ 3 प्रेजेंटेशन चलता रहता है. इधर मुझे आपको भी जवाब देना है, साथ में उस क्लास को भी कंप्लीट करना है. तो हमारा जो
नहीं सर मैं कृष्ण सर लाइक अगर आप पहले भी अगर ज्वाइन करते हो कोर्स इन ऑफलाइन मोड तो यू हैव टू टेक परमिशन फ्रॉम योर सीनियर्स, सो यू कैन डू टू वर्क्स
आप समझ वो उसमें, बट मेरा कंप्लीट फोकस उस ऑफलाइन मोड पे है जहां मैं प्रेजेंटली फिक्स हूँ. उस समय मैं कहीं डिस्टर्ब नहीं हो रहा हूँ. अभी आपके रिप्लाई करने के साथ साथ मुझे दूसरे काम भी करने पड़ रहे हैं यूनिवर्सिटी के.
So this is an advantage of
no, it's not an
course,
advantage. I don't think so is an advantage. बल्कि हमारा वर्कलोड बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गया है.
So this is something Gunjan will like to respond, because this is kind of new asset which is being generated because of the pandemic. We
because Gunjan,
in housing will need certain kind of rooms which are like in companies we are developing these meeting rooms. So certain kind of spaces.
And one more interesting thing, sir. Recently, I am buying a flat. एक room मुझे dedicated बनाना पड़ा है. मतलब मेरे पास 3 BHK था. Right now is considered as only 2 BHK because one room is completely dedicated for presentation purposes.
So if I answer your question, Sneha, when we say whether work from home is an asset, yes and no. Because of work from home, there is a paradigm shift in the way we are going to our future. Work from home is not going to stay, but it is not going to go also. People have understood, because this Zoom and Teams meeting and Google Meet, all this, we were not very conversant with this kind of arrangement. We didn't try it in a big way unless and until we are doing some offshore meeting. We are doing a meeting with a Dubai client or with a US client. We were not doing it. And we had a very high preference for in-person meeting because that gave us some sort of a psychological satisfaction as well. But this period of the last 18-20 months has shown us how things can be very effectively done without traveling, without spending that much time on road, and with just by connecting online and getting your thoughts across and concluding the job that you have to do. Having said that, now there are 3 concepts which are emerging. One is corporates have realized that some part of their workforce can work from home and they are equally productive. They've also realized that some part of their workforce has to come to office because their work is of that nature. And real estate community has also realized that this is going to stay. So what we are seeing is 3 different things. One, the new real estate inventory which is coming is taking into account an office space for the resident. They are creating those spaces. Second, the corporate offices post-pandemic will go big on co-working spaces. Right now, pandemic is there, so people prefer their own office, their own house, which they can sanitize their own car. Third is that the millennials, the new generation, people who are in this call, they realize that earlier it was felt that we do not wish to own real estate. We do not wish to own a residential house because the returns are very low. They are 2-3% on the capital investment. Whereas if I stay on rental and invest that much capital, I make much higher returns. But they realize that the physical asset gives psychological security. Because there were evictions in this time for millennials. The landlord said, you go, it's COVID, we can't accommodate you, and people had to go to their hometowns and stay. So a demand for residential asset got created. And the 3 concepts now which will be there would be work from home, work near home, and the traditional office space. So there are offices who are taking into account that if my employee force from pin code analysis is such that 25% are coming from Noida, 25% are coming from Gurgaon, 25% are coming from Delhi, and some is outstation. So it is preferred to have a co-working location in Noida, Gurgaon, Delhi, depending on the kind of office work or the kind of work that corporate looks into to be positioned in co-working spaces and working efficiently. So these are the three concepts. And yes, it is an asset. It gives the freedom to a section of the workforce to manage their time better. So all three models are going to stay, and this pandemic has brought a paradigm shift in how we'll approach work for all the coming future.
Thank you so much, sir. And on this same question, I want comment from Gunjan, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, just to add on, so what Gaurav sir has said, it is going to be a hybrid model. It neither 100% work from home, neither 100% working from office going to go. Now people have understood that both models have their own benefits. So I think it is going to be a hybrid kind of model where the developers are now definitely pitching for a room or a area in houses where you can have your own office space or a study space. Plus, there are developers in the office, they are giving kind of spaces where people can collaborate in a very protective manner, and they don't have to, they are creating spaces where just people can come for collaboration and do their work and go. And what I have seen is that now even the employers are not very rigid now. So it is not a 9-to-5 job, or you can say that people are working 5-to-5 job also, and people are doing 9-to-5 job also. It's ultimately the kind of work that we have to deliver. So I believe a hybrid kind of model is going to come up, and I think it will be beneficial for everyone. For now, for working mothers, I think this is one of the best models that we have got. Yeah,
that's why I wanted to have your comments. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I would like to invite questions from our participants.
Sir, I have a question.
Jebahu, sir.
Yes, I have a question. Like we touched upon, like we are going to have so many smart cities, but particularly the case of like Naya Raipur, which I have been like my hometown. So there, over the years when it got developed, there was no like people still are not very persistent to move to the Naya Raipur. Though all the government offices have shifted now, new Vidhan Sabha is also being planned there. So I think the success that we have seen in case of like Delhi NCR, the satellite towns came up, and in terms of, if we say just in Delhi when Rohini and Dwarka came up, the success was like the mindset of the people, and the economy was also supporting that sort of development. But in terms of these smart cities, I think the people of the mindset is very important to capture. Like in case of Raipur, nobody is like even adapted to living in multi-storied buildings. They still kind of have this mindset that they should have their own plots and they should build their house there and live alone. So that's why I think smart like new Naya Raipur did not get that kind of incentive even in so many years. So I think when we talk about smart cities, we should first analyze the people there and what kind of like mindset they have, and then envisage such plans. Otherwise, only like people in metros are like very adaptable to any situation. Like I have lived in Delhi since birth, so I've been there for 40 years. Now I live in Rohtak. So here is quite a change that I feel in the mindset of the people. So I think when we plan smart cities, we things should be kept in mind, how to give a smart city model to a particular city. So
Absolutely.
what is your comment on that?
I absolutely agree with you. You have hit the nail right on head. You are very right that Naya Raipur got planned, massive investment, large roads, lot of housing. Nobody is taking. People are traveling to those government offices which have shifted there from their residences in Raipur itself, and price points. There is no taker for this. Absolutely, you are very right, and that is why I said that planning where we all are associated with it in some way needs to be the core. Aspiration of citizens need to be the core, and that is where you see when this smart city initiative started, there was the first step of creating proposals where it was expected by the people who were preparing these proposals for different cities to have large scale public interactions, large scale stakeholder interactions, which were supported by the municipal authorities to understand what is the aspiration. If we move in dichotomy to the aspiration of the people who are staying there, and we just go by what we foresee as the vision for a particular city, then it will have to be public investment. ताजमहल बनाना है तो शाहजहां को ही पैसा लगाना पड़ेगा, शहर बनाना है तो सबकी सम्मति चाहिए. That is why I'm saying, so if we are saying, if you want that, there are so many smaller initiatives happening in each of these smart cities. You are developing roads, you are developing smart meters, you are developing electrical lines, you are developing metro corridors, you are developing freeing landlocked land parcels. We are saying aspiration समझना smart city proposal में हो गया, बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ. There are new projects which are being identified. We are seeing a gap, and we are saying that whatever gap is emerging, that majority of funding is still happening public. So this gap needs to be bridged for this program to have sustained success. अगर रायपुर में उस डेवलपमेंट को सक्सेस करना है, वहाँ की अथॉरिटीज बहुत गियर्ड अप हैं. आई थिंक पिछले 5-6 साल से लगातार कंसल्टेशंस हो रही हैं, कंसल्टेंट्स आ रहे हैं, बट अभी तक वो राइट पल्स नहीं पकड़ में आ रही कि भाई ये सक्सेस करे कैसे, लोगों को लाए कैसे. पर लाने से पहले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सारा बना दिया, घर तक बना के रख दिए. So that meeting of minds need to happen for that success story to get created. That's why we showcased one such success story when we said, look at Malaysia, how they went about it, what they created from the inception. It took 25 years for their city to reach where it is contributing 5% of the nation's GDP. But those successive steps need to be taken for creating that success story. And जो आपने आज का स्टेटस बोला नया रायपुर का, you are absolutely correct.
Thank you. That was precisely my point actually. Like when we see success stories of Navi Mumbai or Noida or Gurgaon, so those cities like were the need of the Delhi or the Mumbai, but in this case there was actually no need at that time when it was like planned. And even most of the Raipur still is like not occupied, the old Raipur. So that's why people are so reluctant.
Plan to you plan because you want to create a counter center. They created a cricket stadium, they held matches also there, but ultimately the context and vision, if it gets aligned with aspiration, it gets success.
Okay, thank you.
Any question from participant side?
It seems they are not there.
So one of the participants has written, India's smart cities will act as a significant catalyst for economic growth through drivers like FDI and REIT.
See, REITs and FDI are two different aspects. And this will happen definitely. There is growth in foreign direct investments also. And there is REITs of major corporate portfolios which have come in, and more have to come in. They are in process, some of which we know of, they are in process and they will come. REIT is sort of a model where a common investor can invest in real estate by investing smaller amount. So you and me, if we do not have 50 lakhs or 1 crore to invest, we can invest 2 lakhs and expect the same return a real estate asset is giving in commercial space to a larger investor. Smaller investor can also get the same return, and FDI would be the capital which is being employed to develop these large projects. Both these aspects will majorly be governed by the 7 metro cities. Most of these investments, whether by smaller investors or foreign investors, will happen in 7 metro cities in the foreseeable future. They will not go to tier 2 location unless and until it's an exceptional opportunity. When I say exceptional opportunity, and I think Niti has written this, she is right. Those exceptional opportunities are opportunities where I say create unlocked land in Chandni Chowk, create unlocked land in Bhendi Bazaar, create unlocked land in Indore's Chappan Dukan. Such city center properties, when unlocked, will attract investment, and that investment would be from larger investors and larger developers. But for most of the other initiatives in smart cities, it would be by value creation across the chain. So these investments would be focused on marquee opportunities, but balance of the revenue planning will have to be across the value chain for private sector's participation and success of a sustained financial investment in the smart city program.
Thank you so much, sir. I think there are no more questions. So I would like to thank you again, and Gunjan, for enlightening us with such an informative session. And this, you really highlighted on the various opportunities and we can get from the smart city missions and the smart city project in context of real estate. Actually, it was really a very informative session, and I would like again thank you both of you for spending time from your very busy schedule. Thank you so much, sir.
Many thanks to all of you for having us. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, sir. Bye, Gunjan.
Bye. Bye.
So this was the last session of the day. We are closing the session here. So we'll see you tomorrow at 9:50. And the feedback form will be shared in the WhatsApp group. Till then, goodbye. Take care.
Goodbye, man. Thank you.